Can you hear me clearly now? Let me get a mic check, por favor. Tristan, I swam back up. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear me? Reese, don't come in here barking at me, okay? I just got here. All right, welcome to another episode of On the Block with Jen. I'm your favorite bad guy, Jen. I'm also nice to look at. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who have wrenches, use them wisely. Get rid of the ratchets. I'm happy to see you here. It is motherfucking Friday night. I got a lot to talk about. I'm happy to see you guys. I hope you're happy to see me, okay? I have a lot of new subs. Welcome. Buckle up, because we ride over here, okay? Good to see you. I hope you enjoy the show, all righty? Just know I prefer respect in the chat. You guys can argue and scream and yell and get at each other, but I prefer you respect each other. I don't mind passion. I also would like my ladies, especially, to be respected, okay? Even though my ladies can handle their own, I expect you to respect them more than you know, in a verbal fisticuffs with a guy. That's just how we do it here. I know a lot of channels let you go off on the women. I don't let that happen here, okay? Men are bigger and stronger, right? Supposedly. You guys run the world. That means that you're able to have more couth and decorum and not be as emotional as women are. So relax in the chat, because if you get blocked, I will not go into my block list to get you out. That is where you will stay. Then you'll be able to see me, but you won't be able to talk to us. I prefer that you're able to see me and talk to us. So don't get yourself blocked, because I don't care. I'm not going to go get you, okay? With that said, enjoy the show. Let's take care of a little business. I am on the block with Jen on all platforms. Before you ask me, people ask me, are you on Instagram? Are you on TikTok? Yes. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, On the Block with Jen. Also, if you want to email me about business or collab or a subject you want me to dissect or something you want to tell me and you don't want everybody in YouTubeverse to know, hit me on the block with Jen at Gmail. That does not mean flood my emails with your bullshit and your love letters. Okay? I'm not interested. Thank you. I'm flattered, but I'm not fucking interested. So do not hit my Gmail unless it's business or something about a show or something about YouTube. Okay? I appreciate you guys. I'm flattered, but I'm not interested. I'm not looking for a boyfriend or a husband via my Gmail. Just so you know, I'm putting that out there. Also, if you don't care to super chat me, you rather cash at me, it is scrolling on the bottom. You see that scroll on the bottom? That scroll on the bottom is my cash app. You can buy me a smoothie to support the show. And yes, I do buy smoothies with my cash apps. That's what I do. I like a good smoothie. All right, guys, let's get started. I am glad to see you guys here early. There's a lot to cover. The main topic tonight is going to be really, really good. I'm going to give you my personal story. But yes, our kids are going back to school now. Some of our grandkids are going back to school, okay? Some of our kids we're having for the first time, our first little ones, you know what I mean? Some of us are new mothers, new fathers, right? Your child is going to school for the first time. I'm assuming if you're in this chat or watching me, more than likely you are Black or brown. And the rules are different for us in America. So I want to talk about some back to school racial bias awareness, because I think there's some things that go on that we should be aware of and not sleep on. So I'm going to give you guys a couple tips. You may even be able to give me your experience or a couple tips for me, right? Each one teach one. But I think it's very, very important, so since our little ones are headed back to school, that there's just some things as parents that we're aware of if we have Black or brown children in this country going to school, right? All right, but before we do that, let's talk some shit, everybody. Let's talk some shit, okay? I'm going to give y'all some appetizers, and then we'll get to the dinner, okay? You know I don't disappoint. I'm going to give y'all what y'all asking for. I always do, okay? So let's talk about a couple of headlines. In my community tab, in my community page I posted two things. I posted the article for the racial bias in our schools, but I also posted a fight that went down like World Star at Spirit Airlines. Did you guys see it? I posted the video in my community tab. It's about a minute and change. I have it for you, so you don't have to go to the community tab. Stay with me. I'm gonna play it for you. But it was a fisticuffs at Spirit Airlines between a person that worked at Spirit Airlines and a woman who appears to be drunk. I don't know if she's drunk or high or what, but she looked a little off her rocker. Okay, and I'm gonna play the video for you. Shadowban33 said, nope, I'm white. That's okay. Everything I say is not going to be for you, but you can still enjoy the show. Welcome, Shadowban. Okay? Every now and then I throw some white people a little bone. All right. So, guys, this fight that went down in Spirit Airlines, everybody is stressed out. Everybody is frustrated. These are some hard times that we living in. Everybody relax. Woosah. Woosah. Get a gym membership or a hobby. Get your knob sobbed. Get you the vibrator flower. Everybody relax. Everybody's so uptight. We can't even catch a flight without there being a fist fight at the airport. Everybody calm down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Everybody relax, okay? It is Friday. We're alive. We're healthy. We know where our children are, hopefully. Okay, we have a roof over our heads. We got water to drink. We got running water to take a shower. Woosah. Apparently, these people at the airport were not woosahing. They were not woosahing. So I'm going to play the video for you. And the question I asked in my community tab was, whose fault was it first? Not whose fault was it, but whose fault was it first? Okay? I'll play the video for you and you guys tell me, okay? You know me, I know a lot of shit, but I don't know everything. Play this video for y'all. And you tell me, whose fault was it first? Shadow Van said, thank you. Just wanted to let people know whites are allowed as well. Yes, whites are allowed as well. I mean, here you'll be in the back of the line, but you're still invited. You're still invited. You just got to wait for all of us to get our plates first. Once we get our plates, right? Whatever's left over, then you can have some. All right. Tristan, it's not my fault. I wasn't at the airport. I wasn't at Spirit Airlines this week, okay? It wasn't me. I'm going to play this video for you guys and you decide whose fault was it first, okay? Here we go. You tell me whose fault was it first. This was really intense. This was intense. You guys tell me, okay? I'm like, Dan can't even catch a flight. Here we go, people.
Never lost your mind. Don't touch me ever in your life. You touched me first, and then you got in my face. Don't ever invade my personal space.
Get out of my face!
No, I'm not.
You fucking faggot!
I'm here.
You fucking
I'm here.
I'm here. You're
touching me again.
You're fucking
touching me again.
Get the fuck out of my face.
Touching me again.
It's all on camera, sweetheart. You touched me.
But you in my personal space. You're in my personal space. You're in my personal space. Stay out of my personal space. She's touching me. She's touching me. And I'm telling you, don't put, she can't put her hands on me. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, stop it! Hey, hey!
Now, don't you ever put your hands on me. No, get the fuck, everybody back off from me. This bitch
You're not gonna fight that woman, man. No, watch out, man. You ain't gonna fight that woman, bro. You're not gonna fight that woman.
You got the wrong person.
Don't fight that woman, bro.
You got the wrong person. You reaching for my head.
I don't know. You ain't gonna fight that woman.
Hey, relax, relax.
You ain't gonna fight no woman.
I don't give a fuck.
Relax, 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 relax.
I fight whoever. I fight whoever.
Take a deep breath.
Put your hands on
I
me.
fight whoever.
Put your hands.
I fight whoever. I fight whoever. Knock your bitch
Just
ass out.
relax,
Knock me out.
breath.
Knock me
It's
out.
okay.
Knock me out.
It's okay.
You saw what she did.
Well, everybody breathe. Everybody, Everybody breathe. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. Now you know me. I'm all about evidence, right? And details. And sometimes to be a good witness or a good juror, right? You need evidence and you need to see it more than one time, because the first time you see it, you're like, oh, wow, hey, a fight. And then the second time and third time, you're like, oh, okay, he did this first or she did this first. So I'm going to run it back really, really quickly. Reese is already talking about he can unpack it. We'll see if you can unpack it, okay? Play it for you again really quickly. Check it out. One more again.
You haven't lost your mind. Don't touch me ever in your life. You touched me first, and then you got in my face. Don't ever invade my personal space.
Get out of my face!
No, I'm not.
You fucking
I'm
faggot!
I'm here.
You fucking
I'm here.
butt
I'm
fucking
here.
jabbing me,
I'm
more
here.
jabbing ass
You're
bitch.
touching me again.
You're fucking
You're touching me again.
Get the fuck out of
You're
my
touching
face,
me
bitch.
again.
It's all
You're
on
touching
camera,
me. It
sweetheart.
surely
You
is.
touched
It
me.
surely, but you in my
Your
personal
ugly
space.
ass.
You're in my personal
Out of my
space.
face.
You're in my personal space. Stay out of my personal space. You she's touching me. She's touching me. And I'm telling you, don't put, she can't put her hands on me.
Hey, stop it! Hey, hey!
Now, don't you ever put your hands on me. No, get the fuck everybody back off from me. This bitch
You're not gonna fight that woman, man. No, watch out, man. You ain't gonna fight that woman, bro. You're not gonna fight that woman.
You got the wrong person.
Don't fight that woman, bro.
You got the wrong person. You bitches put my hands on me.
I don't give a fuck about
Hey,
no
relax, relax.
You ain't finna fight no woman.
I don't give a fuck.
Relax, 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 relax.
I fight whoever. I
Put your
fight
hands on
whoever.
me.
Take a deep breath.
Put your hands
I
on me.
fight whoever.
Put your hands.
I fight whoever. I fight whoever. Knock your bitch
Just
ass.
relax.
Knock me out. Knock me
Deep
out.
breath.
Knock me
It's
out.
okay.
Knock
It's
me out.
okay.
You saw what she did.
It's
All right. So there's a lot to unpack there, okay? R Dub said Latin mammy. He also said good tackle. Trevor Jackson said he a fruit. That's another word for gay. All right, guys. So update is the guy in the burgundy sweater is the guy that worked at Spirit Airlines. He has recently been suspended, not fired, but suspended. I would have fired him. But he was suspended, which is cool because he gets to keep his job, right? I guess, moving forward, we'll see what happens with him. But right now, he's suspended. The woman, I don't know where she is. I don't know if she was, I didn't get an update on her, whether or not she was arrested or whatever for striking the Spirit Airlines worker. I don't know. But yeah, she could have caught a little charge because she did hit him. She did strike him, even though I felt he was provoking her, right? Even though he was saying, get out of my space and my face. And he kept approaching her and approaching her. So I don't know how you can tell somebody, get out of my face and get out of my space, and you're in their space and in their face. I thought there was a lot of peacocking. I don't think Tubbs really wanted to fight. He didn't look like he was in any shape to fight. He was out of breath when he approached the other guy. When they were both standing there face to face, the two men with their hands behind their back, it took me back to, grade school. People used to be in the yard like, hey, hit me. So I'm like, everybody calm down, because y'all looking like a bunch of idiots, right? Y'all looking like a bunch of idiots online. So whose fault do you think it was first? Obviously, the woman was belligerent. I don't know if she was drunk, but it didn't look like someone who had all their mentals in order to me. She didn't look like someone who was sober to me. Now, if that is that woman sober, yikes. But she didn't look sober to me. So I would think that the worker working at Spirit Airlines, having the experience with unruly customers, I guarantee that's not he works for Spirit, okay? Spirit is so plain. I'm sure that's not the first unruly customer he's dealt with. I think he could have handled the situation a lot better, especially being a man. Again, it's like what I talk about in the chat. You're supposed to have, a certain couth about you, certain control. You are a man. Be a fucking samurai, okay? That's how I view men. That's how I like men to be. I know it's not always that way, as we can see. Also, I do think the guy is gay, That's not a bad thing. My LGBTQIA plus community, calm down. I'm not saying it's gay, he's a bad thing, but if he's gay, he is more inclined to fall into his femininity, right? Into his feminine nature. And as we've seen on YouTube, men that fall into their feminine nature tend to want to argue with women, tend to want to get in women's faces, right? We've seen that a lot. Men that are completely in their masculine, like, whatever, go ahead, shorty. I ain't gonna argue with you. Okay, yeah, you gonna beat my ass. All right, cool, right? That's a man that's just like, whatever. Okay, yeah, you gonna beat my ass. All right, cool, right? But men that are more, more that lean into femininity more, they're the ones that are yelling at the top of their lungs on YouTube and yelling. They're just more. So when men are in their feminine, right? Not an insult to gay people, but they just act more like women, right? They just tend to act more like women. And what I saw from that Spirit airline worker was feminine energy. That was feminine energy, like him walking up to her, getting up in her face, like, get out my face, but then he's in her face, right? And he keeps backing her up, and he keeps backing her up. And then the guy got in between them, and then she swung and hit him. That's an assault charge to me, right? So she could be charged for it. But my opinion, it was the man's fault first. That's my opinion. But you guys are entitled to your opinion. But if you say it was the woman's fault first, then explain it. How is it her fault first? Right? I don't know if you guys been to nightclubs. I'm sure we all have, right? Bouncers don't get into verbal disputes with women when they're drunk and acting crazy. They don't go up to them like, get out my face, get out my space, get out my space. Bouncers don't do that. They pick the girl up, they remove her, they take her outside. It's done. It's over with. That's what men do, right? Men remove the problem, right? They don't jump up in a woman's face. Yeah, get out my face. Get out my face. They just don't do that. Men eliminate the problem. They're bigger, stronger, right? They're like, it's whatever, okay? So, but if this guy is in his feminine self, he's going to act, in my opinion, what we just saw. That's my opinion. What do you guys think? Do you think it was her fault from the beginning because she was arguing with him? What do you think? So I'm going to, my idea is, well, necessary evil. Employees are expected to have a certain decorum and follow policy procedures for situations like this. See, that is why I'm saying, in my opinion, it was more his fault than her fault. Because he wasn't at the Waffle House, okay? He wasn't at the local McDonald's. He was at work. And at work, there are procedures and policy. And I'm sure there's a line or two in there for unruly passengers. You are not at the Waffle House, sir. You are not at the hair salon. So that's why I say it was more his fault than it was her fault. Because I'm sure there's belligerent, drunk, irate, angry, mad passengers all day and all night at the airport. We've seen them. We've been them. We know. That's why I say that. Tristan Draper says, pretty much remove the problem. Okay, Trevor Jackson, he says, I think it was her fault first. Didn't she touch him? Well, we can only go by what we saw in the video. Like, they're both saying, you touched me first, you touched me first. But I saw that, let's say if she touched him first, right? Let's say she pushed him, and then the girl was talking about his titties. I was, did you hear that? She was like, you got titties. Fellas, y'all better get in the gym. Okay, get in the damn gym. No woman should be able to tell you got titties. All right. This woman, like, no respect for the man whatsoever. But let's just say, like Trevor Jackson said, she touched him first. And he can still call for security. I'm sure security would have loved to run up there, all right, kick a leg out from under her, cuff her, and take her to the back, right? She obviously didn't touch him to the point where she incapacitated him or he was hurt or bleeding or doubled over. If she did touch him, let's say, he was ready to fight. He kept backing her up and backing her up and backing her up, right? Let's say she did touch him. Sometimes, like I said, bouncers get touched all the time by women that think they could fight them because they drunk. But, I mean, what are you going to do? Let's say she did touch him first. Let's just say. Marcos Orlando TV says the McDonald's female employee threw boiling water on a customer. The lady in the video wasn't being held accountable either. Do you mean the lady that got the water thrown on her? Because if so, I definitely agree with you. Stephen Hill, what did you miss? You probably saw it already, the fight at Spirit Airlines. I don't think he was worried about monkeypox. But yes, I do know monkeypox is transmitted from touching. But I don't think he was worried about the monkeypox. Tristan, yes, it ain't that hard to do push-ups. Yeah, no man should have titties. No woman should be arguing with you and be able to say you and your titties. Like, no. And then baby boy had the sweater tucked in over the big belly into the belt. Come on, there's so much to unpack in that video. What is going on? Fellas, if you have a gut and you haven't worked on it yet, here's a little fashion tip. Never tuck your fucking shirt in your pants. I don't care if it's a button down, a dress shirt, a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, a sweater. If you know you got a gut, do not tuck your shirt into your pants behind your belt. Don't do it. Camouflage it with a loose, you know what I mean, waist. Don't do that, because then you end up looking like Santa Claus. And you don't want to look like Santa Claus. Okay, outside the box says, if we going by work policy, then yes, it's the man's fault. But beside the job, no one should have hands close to your face. I agree. Listen, I agree. If it was the Waffle House, mollywop her all up and down, pancakes everywhere, okay? If it was the Waffle House, but you're at work, sir. You are at work, right? And now you're suspended because obviously there was a policy in place, or he wouldn't have been suspended. Yes, he is an employee. Oh, for sure. Necessary Evil says she's ignorant too, though. Absolutely. Like, absolutely. Like, I think if they do catch up to her, they should charge her. I mean, she struck him. It wasn't, a big, I mean, he's not bleeding. He's not on the floor. But you can't put your hands on people, right? You just can't put your hands on people. Drunk or not, you can't put your hands on people. Veganista says, I work with the public and they get upset when I won't get heated with them. I'll either let the higher ups take care of it or security de-escalate. Exactly. I'm not getting in a fisticuffs for you at work. I'm not. It would have to be extreme. Like, you would have to literally reach out and touch me. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm not losing my job for you. Trevor Jackson says, he appears to be a man, but do he consider himself a man? And right, nothing is wrong with your sexual choice, but your actions will be judged. Yeah, nothing is wrong with who you want to screw. They're not my orifices, so do what you like with your orifices. Enjoy. Okay. Outside the box, I agree. He was all talk. It was a lot of peacocking. It was a lot of show. It was super immature. When he's like basing up to the other guy and both of them have their hands behind their back. I don't know what fighting stance that is. Does that come from a certain country? Who does that other than children? In a schoolyard? That's the only place I've seen it. Like, who does that? Who's like, what is that about? It's weird. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. Like, what two men would stand up with their hands behind their back? Is this a duel? Are you going to take 10 paces back and then turn around? I don't know what that was, but it looked absolutely fucking ridiculous. It looked ridiculous. So, all right, guys, it seems you guys are split. Reese said this has happened. Reese said this happened to me dozens of times. That's usually the case. Necessary Evil says he's getting fired over someone who is probably unemployed. Correct. That's why you don't lose your damn job over a belligerent biatch. Code Red said bully bumping. Is that what it is? Is that what that stance is called? Bully bumping? Because it's the most ridiculous thing I've seen. If you're not going to fight, back up and walk away. Oh, I will say this, though. The guy that interrupted the fight, the one that was trying to fight him at the end, too, I thought that was absolutely ridiculous. It was dumb. It was stupid. It was stupid. It's one thing if you want to get in the way because you don't want to see a woman get mollywopped by a man. That's great. That's very noble of you. Very gallant. Thank you. Right? But I think it was stupid for him to try to get into a fight with him as well. What are you doing? Now you're peacocking. Now you're doing too much. It seemed like everybody was like, woosah, motherfuckers. Woosah, motherfuckers. Like, I don't know why he had to jump up in his face like he was ready to fight him. All you had to do was separate them. Obviously, she was belligerent, right? She wasn't in the right. So, I mean, he came running to you know what I mean? He came running like if she was a damsel in distress. That chick was not a damsel in distress. So if you don't want to see her get mollywopped, just separate them and break them up. But don't try to fight this guy too. That shit was ridiculous. Like, what is going on at Spirit? Never mind. Did you guys know that JetBlue bought Spirit? We'll see what happens now. Because JetBlue be popping. All right, guys. Oh, wait. Tristan said, gay or straight, men have to understand the force and power they possess. You heard how hard she hit that ground. Men have to understand you can kill a woman through their physical strength. Yes, indeed. That's another thing that men have to think about. But, you know, we're in the age now where, so let me get into my prediction, right? Because I said in my community tab, I'm going to predict how the YouTube streets are going to spin this story. We saw what it was. We saw the fight, right? We saw what it was, right? Two idiots. One of them should have had more care for their job. Now they're suspended. Then the third guy wanting to jump into the fight, right? Everybody's being recorded. So the YouTube streets, now we're going to wait. If you notice, it's just simmering right now. We have to wait to find out her ethnicity, right? If she is Latina, and I told you I'm going to use my crystal ball tonight. If she is Latina, all the race baiting bastards all throughout YouTube land are going to use it for the Black and Latin race baiting debate, right? Because, you know, on YouTube, Blacks and Latins have this war going on, right? There's a war going on YouTube between Blacks and Latins. Everybody arm up, bang, bang, bring the big guns. Because on YouTube, the Blacks and Latins are in a full blowout war, right? According to YouTube, right? I see these things. So if she is Latina, expect that. Okay. If she is white, then expect. Oh, they were defending the white lady over the black guy. They were defending the white lady. So that's what you're going to see in the YouTube streets. It's coming. Right now, we don't know the ethnicity of this woman. But give it, I would say a day or two, but YouTube works fast. It's like highway traffic. So give it a couple hours. If she's Latina, then she will be added to the war, right? To the Latin and Black war that's supposedly, allegedly going on here in the YouTube streets because there's no black and brown coalition for real, right? So expect that. That is my prediction for how that is going. You know, I want to give you a little tidbit, something that I've seen. Stop falling for the bullshit. And this is just me saying it as a friend. You guys could do whatever the hell you want. You could fake outrage. Y'all could be mad. Y'all could, you know what I mean? You could, you know what I mean? You can let people trigger you. It's up to you. It's up to you. I'm just saying it's not bad for your heart. It's not bad for your mind. Y'all can do what y'all want. But I'm saying as a friend, stop letting people trigger you, right? This isn't the only story that's being used to divide, right? There are a lot of content creators. There are a lot of content creators, right, that are Black males and prefer Latina women, Asian women, and white women, but because they know that the Black and Latina thing, the Black woman and Latina thing, right, is a sore spot, right? You know, it's a sore spot. What these motherfuckers are doing are pitting Latin women versus Black women. Now, don't misconstrue what I'm saying. In every ethnic group, there is bias and prejudice. Not only for people outside that group, but within. Like Black women, light skinned and dark skinned Black women got their beef, right? And then in the Latin community, there's colorism, right? There's the good hair, the bad hair. You know, the blonde, blue-eyed Latina is considered better than the darker, the brown Latina. So within our ethnicities, racial groups, whatever our demographics, we got our own shit. And then we got outside shit, right? I always say worry about the inside shit first because, you know, it's proximity. Those are the shit, that's the shit that could really affect you, right? The stuff within your demographic. But what a lot of these dudes are doing, and it is men, if you notice, it is men. Kevin Samuels did it, literally said Latinas are Black women's competition. Okay, if y'all recall, he said that. But on the other hand, because he was a two-faced hustler, which is fine. You guys know I don't have a problem with Kevin Samuels. It was a fucking hustle and a good one, and it was a successful hustle. I am from New York. I do not knock fucking hustles. But I'm still going to call a spade a spade. So, you know, other people are following Kevin Samuels' footsteps because it's lucrative, right? So what these Black male content creators are doing are pitting Latinas and Black women against each other because they know, right? They know that it's a sore spot. They know it. So what are these Black content creators doing? The Black males, they are exploiting Black women with abandon. Right? They know if they talk about, right, Latinas being the enemy of Black women, them super chats are coming. Because everybody wants their ears tickled. Everybody wants to be pacified for what they've experienced, right? So I'm just saying, look out for that. I'm talking to the men and the women. Look out for that because that's what a lot of these motherfuckers are doing now. That is what they're doing. Aside from that, they don't have content. Right? And everybody, these super chats and these views and these subs, they're like drugs to people. And people are getting drunk on them. They're desperate for them. It's like, I need more subscribers. I need more views. Latin and Black. Them Latin bitches think y'all ugly. Them Latin bitches, yeah, that Black men prefer Latin. That's what goes on here, right? So all I'm saying is, watch out for that because they are running rampant and they are running loose and they know it means this, right? And I guarantee you, mark my words, if it comes out that this woman is Latina, and I don't know what she is. She could be Mexican. She could be white and Black. She could be completely white. She could be Puerto Rican. She could be, I don't know what she is. I couldn't really tell the accent. I don't know what she is, right? But if she turns out to be Latina, she will be used as a pawn once again. Okay? So I'm just asking you guys to watch out for that. Again, y'all can do what the fuck y'all want. Y'all want to get stressed out. You want to watch these Black, you know, content creators gas you into thinking that they're on your side. Do what the fuck you want. But I'm just saying, look out for that because these motherfuckers are coming in strong with that narrative because it pays, okay? So watch out for that. You know how I say, I ain't got no beef with you unless you got a beef with me. I don't give a fuck if you're Black, white, yellow, blue, Puerto Rican, or whatever, right? You cool with me? I'm cool with you. I don't care where you came from. I don't care if you just stepped off a fucking spaceship. Respect me. I respect you. We good. I don't care where you come from. But a lot of people don't care about that and they play with your emotions. So be careful with that. Expect to see the captions. Expect to see the pictures. And I thought that this was, you know, a good example of what can and can't happen, right? Like, it's like they act like within our own communities, we're not fucking fighting each other already. Right? But again, it makes a lot of money on YouTube. So, you know, understand that a lot of them prefer other ethnicities, but they're not going to tell you that. And that's why I think that Kevin Samuels' death was so poetic, for lack of a better term, right? It was so eye-opening, because here's a man that was preaching, right? Like a lot of these Black content creators preach Black love, Black men and Black women. Let's talk about the Black problems. Let's talk about Black relationships. Let's talk about what's wrong with Black women and why Black women are single. Let's talk about what Black men are, because I'm Black. So I got to talk about the plight in the Black community. And he keeled over on a Latina. Did he not? He keeled over, took his last breath and stroke on the Latina, right? So it's funny how people say, well, you can't talk about Black people because you're Latin. Well, the people that are talking about Black people aren't even loyal to Black people, aren't even faithful to Black people. So what the fuck is really going on here? Motherfuckers are hiding their baby mamas because they Latina or very, very light skinned. Kevin Samuels is dying on a Latina, a Mexicana, right? So watch out for that. And you know, I'm going to always keep it 100 with y'all. I'm going to tell y'all the motherfucking truth, like medicine, whether you like it or not, open wide. I'm going to give you the fucking medicine. And it's up to you to take it or not. Stay sick. I don't give a fuck. But I'm still going to warn you, right? I'm still going to warn you. A lot of these motherfuckers are full of a pile of steaming hot shit. Stop letting people trigger you. Stop it. Work on your self-esteem, okay? Worry about baiting fish you can catch. Worry about people that want you, okay? I'm just saying. So before I get into my main topic, I had to give y'all that. Oh, I got a super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Ron. Stop it. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, man. We got to be smarter than this. We can't be fucking children that need to be pacified by these tyrants on YouTube. Like, we got to stop that. Like, grow the fuck up. Like, whatever it is that's paining you and bothering you, you can't drown in these fucking hustlers that are tickling your ears. Get your fucking affairs in order, okay? Bait fish you can catch. Stop worrying about what those women over there are doing, or what that woman or that man over there with it. Bait fish you can catch, and you'll be happier, right? If every time you see somebody, they're creating chaos and division, whether it's a man or a woman, if every time you go watch somebody's YouTube channel, right, and you leave and you don't feel better, or you laughed or you smiled or you learned something, you're watching the wrong channel and you're doing it to your fucking self. You're doing it to yourself. But I don't care who you watch. Motherfucker should be making you feel good, or something nice to look at, or it should be funny, or it should be entertaining. These are channels. These are channels, right? And some of you are tuning into channels that torture you, that make you feel worse, that they give you no solutions, right? So be mindful of that, mi gente. Be mindful of that. Change the channel. Y'all better stay here, though. All right, guys. So I'm opening up the panel early because I want to share this story with you guys. Also, guys, did you hear Anne Heche died? I don't know if y'all care. The actress Anne Heche, okay? Coked up, crashed into someone's house. I feel so sorry for the people that own that house because it was demolished. But Anne Heche, the actress, and I know you guys are thinking, who the fuck is Anne Heche, right? She's been in a couple movies, but you probably remember her from being Ellen DeGeneres' girlfriend for about 4 years. I don't know if you remember that. But Anne Heche was Ellen DeGeneres' girlfriend for about 4 years when it was still a big deal to be gay in Hollywood. Even though most people are gay in Hollywood, it was still a big deal to be gay in Hollywood. She was her girlfriend back then. So that's Anne Heche. Last week or so, she crashed into this home in California, and she was cocaine and fentanyl is what they found in her system. And she's an organ donor. So she was in a coma, but her heart was still beating. So they're seeing if her organs are viable to donate, because she wanted to donate organs. But I'm like, I don't want no cocaine up fentanyl heart. Like, can they even give somebody a fucking, I mean, why would you do that to somebody, right? I think if you sign up to be an organ donor, quit your fucking drugs, right? If you're not, then get high, right? Get high on your own fucking supply. But if you are on your driver's license, organ donor, then stay off the fucking drugs. So I don't know if they could give away her organs, but allegedly, supposedly, they're keeping her on the machines. They pronounced her dead, but they're trying to give away her organs. But I'm like, you can't just shove a fentanyl cocaine heart in somebody. They're gonna wake up like, you can't do that. Not cool. Not cool. Stay off the damn fentanyl if you're an organ donor. Okay. I ain't a fucking organ donor. I don't trust them motherfuckers. This country and the medical field is too fucking corrupt. Okay. So I want to go out fully packaged the way I came in. I don't trust y'all. I don't. So no organs for you. Man, speaking of people in cars with the ridiculousness, little brother Marshawn Lynch. Did you guys see that damn video? He was out here in Vegas, okay? Another DUI for Marshawn Lynch. I don't know why. I don't know where his handlers are. You would think these guys are worth so much money. You know what I mean? They'd have, more people around them to care, to really, With that said, Marshawn Lynch, as we know, is a rebel with every cause. He gives no fucks. So maybe he's the type of person that likes being alone. He's not one for the bullshit, as we know. But he got another DUI, and the video looks really bad. He's in the car. He's drunk. He's half asleep. They had to pull him out the car because he was like, I ain't getting out the car. He was driving on the rims, okay? He was driving on the rims, destroyed the rims. That's how bad it was. And they had to pull him out the damn car. So I hope he gets his shit together. He's way too fucking successful and worth too much to be fucking his life up with some DUI. So I wish him the best, and I hope he gets his affairs in order. Okay, get your affairs in order. I got another super chat. Thank you, Stephen Hill. Pour out a bitter smoothie for Kevin Samuels. I will, just a little bit. Just a little bit. And he always comes up because he's a good example of, the I guess the blueprint that a lot of these suckers are following now, right? They're trying really, really hard to be the next Kevin Samuels, and they're never gonna be. People don't understand that. A lot of people bite my shit. A lot of people bite my captions. A lot of people try to bite the way that fucking dress. A lot of people they bite, right? But you can never be the original. You just can't. You could try, but you can't. And Kevin Samuels, love him or hate him, just had this swag. He had this swag. He had this cadence. He had this delivery. You know what I mean? He had this look. I thought he was far from attractive. I didn't think that man was attractive at all. I don't like men that are light in the ass, okay? I don't like men that dye their hairline. I don't like that he got a nose job. Long story short, okay, he was a little too fancy for me, for my liking. But a lot of women liked him, right? But he had this thing. Sometimes you have this thing. And that's why it's important that you don't copy other people, that you find your thing. Because if you copy other people, it'll always look like somebody else's thing. Always find your thing. Find your thing, right? That's the most important you can be. The most important thing you could be. Because, people say, you can be a lot of things in this world. The most important thing to be is you. Yes, you. So, and that's why I bring him up. He was a blueprint. Joanna said, I feel for her kids. Yeah, definitely. She had 2 sons, and Hayes had 2 sons that she left behind. Her eldest son was making most of the decisions while she was in the hospital. Yeah, I don't know. It's a crazy car week. We had the registered nurse who got 6. She charged with 6 counts of murder, and her shit was strange. She was just stressed out about her man, and she was speeding. She wasn't even drunk or high. She was speeding, went through an intersection. It was a big, big fiery crash. She survived. The motherfuckers that always cause the crash survived. Do you notice that? Like, what is that about? She killed 6 people, including a pregnant woman. Very, very, very sad. Very sad. You just minding your business in your car, running your errands, and then in a split second, you're gone. Make sure you hug on your people and love on your people, because you never know when some asshole is going to come crashing through with their problems, right? Like that, gone. So she is being charged correctly. I think they should throw her under the prison, is what I think. This woman had about 11 to 13 prior reckless driving incidents. So that's just her thing, right? This wasn't just an accident. This accident was caused by someone. That's just their thing. I'm a reckless driver and I do what the fuck I want. Because she was speeding. It looked like she was on a fucking racetrack, went through that intersection, fire everywhere, cars exploding, and she survived. I don't know how that woman survived unscathed, but she fucking survived. So, of course, her lawyer's like, oh, she wasn't mentally fit. And that's the go-to. I don't care what crime you commit. The defense is always mental illness. It doesn't matter what. I don't care if it's murder. I don't care if it's kidnapping. I don't care if it's a robbery. I don't care if it's a mass shooting. It's mental illness. No, some people are just assholes. Like, assholes exist. Like, all of a sudden, assholes don't exist anymore because mental illness awareness is such a big thing. No, assholes still exist. They're still here, right? And if you had like 11 prior reckless incidents driving, then you're just an asshole, ma'am. You're just an asshole. And it finally caught up with you. And unfortunately, 6 people lost their lives. Very, very unfortunately. So it's a weird reckless driver week for some reason. From Anne Heche to Marshawn Lynch to that registered nurse. Like it's weird, right? So it's a weird car week. Have you guys seen The Game? If anyone cares, The Game did a 10-minute. I don't know who in their right mind. I know there are hip hop aficionados. There are real hip hop fans who always separate themselves from us casual hip hop fans. Right? No, you got to be a real hip hop fan. You ain't a real hip hop fan. So I guess they're the ones that would listen to The Game's diss track against Eminem. That fucking diss track is 10 minutes long. I don't know who would give The Game 10 minutes of their fucking life, but I would be pissed if I gave The Game 10 minutes of my life. No one's going to give me those 10 minutes back. I'm not listening to it. Maybe you guys could listen to it and get back to me and tell me what you think. But The Game has released a diss track against Eminem, and it's 10 fucking minutes long. 10 minutes long. So The Game is expecting you to listen to him diss Eminem for 10 minutes. And everybody's waiting bated breath for Eminem to respond. If I was Eminem, I would be like, who did it? Who did a diss track? I understand him having to go back at MGK because that was like white on white crime. I get it. Like, you the white guy, the veteran white guy, and then the new white guy, MGK's coming in. I don't care what none of y'all say. I like MGK's diss better than Eminem's clap back. I don't care. I know you guys live and die by Eminem. Okay, he's invited to the barbecue, not mine, yours. But I don't care. I like MGK's version better than the Eminem clapback. I don't care what y'all say. Call me a fake hip hop fan. I don't give a fuck. Fuck Eminem. I liked MGK. I thought it was dope. You know what I mean? I liked it. So The Game dropped a diss track. If you guys want to hear it, go ahead. Let me know what you think. I'm not giving The Game 10 minutes of my life. He should continue doing what he's good at, which is showing his dick print on Instagram. That's what he's good at. Okay. That's his niche. keep showing your dick on Instagram. I think that's his lane. I don't think rapper hip hop is his lane, but you guys may love it. I don't know. I just like one of his songs, and it was a collab with 50 Cent. I really don't care for him other than that. But you guys have at it. Enjoy. I'm not listening to the game for 10 fucking minutes. I think it would be ridiculous if Eminem at this point in his career responds. I don't even know why Eminem will respond, but literally if he doesn't respond, I promise you, nobody will be talking about this within 2 days. Like nobody will be talking about it, right? And then I heard this guy talking about, oh, if Eminem don't respond, Eminem lost. Eminem lost. I'm like, oh, what you guys consider wins and losses is so bizarre to me. But anyway, let's continue. Wendy Williams, you guys. Let me say something real quick about Wendy Williams. It seems like the paparazzi's up her ass now since she's revealed that she's sick. She has some sort of Graves' disease. Her feet are really, really big. They ballooned up to like, it looks weird, like elephant-sized feet. She's not well. And people are like, oh, now she's being spotted in New York City, disoriented. You know, she's ill. And I just want to say, I wish Wendy the best. I wanted to say this, give her a shout out because Wendy is a pioneer. She caught a lot of heat, right? A lot of heat for talking about gossip and celebrities, right? Wendy was the devil. That's all she do is talk about people. That's all. Men hated Wendy. And I just wanted to say, all you men are now not missing one episode of all the man bitches that are doing the same exact thing that y'all hated Wendy for. DJ Academics, fucking Joe Budden, Gilly, all these motherfuckers that used to talk shit about women talking shit. Now they're a bunch of gossipy bitches. All of them. And they all have podcasts. They're literally doing the same exact thing that made Wendy Williams famous. The same fucking thing. They're pillow talking. They're talking about beef. Or this one did that in the studio 5 years ago. And that motherfucker this. And he stepped to me for this. Well, let me tell you who fucking this one now. These motherfuckers have become what they hated Wendy for. So shout out to Wendy for paving the way for a lot of these man bitches that are camming up and being gossipy little bitches. Okay? Mira eso. Mira eso. So, you know, I wish her well. She looks very ill. And I really hope that she has people in her corner. I don't got one beef with Wendy. Even had I been a celebrity, she's talking shit about me. That is her fucking job. It is her job. Okay? Y'all tune into TMZ. Some of you, not all. Y'all tune into TMZ, right? So let that woman eat. So I just wanted to give a shout out to her because she's been in the news a lot lately. And I think it's fucked up. You know how people have been talking about her. Now all these dudes are doing the same shit, but worse. Right? Because they're supposed to be men, but worse. All of them are gossipy little bitches now. Moving on, the last little bit of celebrity bullshit I got. Angela Yee quit. As you guys know, I don't know if we talked about that before, but she quit the Breakfast Club. She's still going to be there till they find somebody else. Blah, 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 wah. I don't think it matters whether she's there or not. You know, she's very, very stiff. She's a little lump on a log. I forget that she's there sometimes. I don't really watch the Breakfast Club. I think it's tired. You know, I think they should switch all of them out. Like all three of them, DJ Andy with that voice, they should switch him out. They should switch out Charlamagne's perverted ass. Like all of them should go. All of them got to go. If I had the ear of any of them executives over at the Breakfast Club, switch them all out. They're all tired. They need fresh blood in there. They need people that are engaging. They need people that are funny. Switch their asses out and let them go do their podcasts and write their books. Switch them out. The Breakfast Club hasn't been good for fucking años y años y años. Now, I'll watch it if there's an interview that was controversial. But other than that, who the fuck's still watching The Breakfast Club? Really, truly. Who's watching The Breakfast Club at this fucking point? I'm not. Right? I'm not. So with that said, I'm going to drop the link because I want to talk about my main topic. Yes, Joanna, I saw that. Angelina Jolie dropped her daughter off at Spelman, and she was emotional about it. She did drop her daughter off at Spelman. Congratulations to her baby. All right, guys. So I want to talk about the main topic. It's something I take very, very personally, okay? Because my babies and my family. You're damn right, Code Red. I am from the Bronx, home of hip hop. Hip hop just had its 50-year anniversary, okay? Just had its 49th year, 50 years, coming up on 50 years anniversary. Y'all could correct me if I'm wrong. It's okay. Stephen Hill says, not even gonna lie, the game's 500 bars was long as fuck too, but it was fire back then. I mean, I love Hate It or Love It with 50 Cent. I love that song. I love that song. But that's really all I care for as far as he's concerned. Did he? Reese said that the game did a whole mixtape against 50 Cent? Bruh, go keep pulling your dick out on Instagram. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Okay, outside the box. Did you hear it? He said the game disc is trash with capital letters. He said it's trash. I believe you. I believe you. Oh my God, that's terrible, Joanna. Yeah, that car accident was absolutely horrible. Hold on, let me check my DM real quick. I'm sorry, guys. What is this? Oh my. Sheesh, hot off the press. That's terrible. I just saw Wendy's employee arrested after punching elderly customer who complained about order. A Wendy's employee. Yeah, see, these people are losing their fucking minds at these fast food places. Check this shit out. Oh my God. And then we're gonna go into my topic. Because I don't have time to do that. Wendy's employee arrested after punching elderly customer who complained about order. Why would you hit an old person like that? Woo-sa, motherfuckers. Woo-sa, motherfuckers. Woo-sa. All right, guys. So King KO said the game's new diss on Eminem is corny. MGK did a much better job a couple years ago. I agree. I already said that. I don't care who gets mad. I liked MGK's. That shit was fun, and it was funny too. Nobody cares. Go back to dick pics. True. Like nobody cares. Nobody cares. Tristan, don't get cut. Ain't nobody from Staten Island. All right, guys, let's get into this, and I'm gonna open up the panel because I want to discuss this with my people. Let me drop the linky link, and then we could let's talk about this because, like I said earlier, our babies are going back to school. Our grandbabies are going back to school, and it's something that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, as POCs in America, we have to discuss this. It is a harsh reality. So I'm gonna play another video for you guys. I found very, very intriguing. And we're going to talk about this. Tonight's main topic is Back to school racial bias awareness. Back to school racial bias awareness. Okay, the racial bias that we need to be aware of. I'm going to play the video for you. It's about a minute long. I want you to listen so I don't have to play it twice. You guys know I like playing it twice for you, but just listen so we can get on with the conversation, okay? So put your drinky drinks down and your little smoke down. And I'm going to play this for you. Y escucha. Listen with your ears, like I tell my grandbaby. Listen with your ears. Check this out.
Teachers this video clip of 4 preschool students. Their instructions: look for misbehavior and click when you see it. The study was kind of deceptive. None of the kids in the video actually misbehaved. The researchers were using eye tracking software. What they actually wanted to study was who the teachers were watching. Both Black and white teachers spent significantly more time watching the Black boy in the video. This study showed that even preschool teachers can treat kids differently based on their race without even realizing it. Look elsewhere in the US school system and you'll see this show up in other ways, like at this middle school in Bryan, Texas. They gave students tickets for offenses like disrupting class or using profanity. Black students were 4 times more likely than white students to receive those tickets. Nationwide, Black boys miss way more school due to suspensions than any other group. And this can start a kind of chain reaction. Missing weeks of school due to suspensions makes students much more likely to drop out. Without a diploma, you're much less likely to earn a living wage and much more likely to be incarcerated. All this missing school is helping to drive the highest poverty and incarceration.
All right, guys. So did you hear that? Okay. I mean, I'll play it again if I have to, but did you guys hear it okay? If everybody's cool on it, we can move on. Let me know in the chat, and then we can start this conversation, because it is a harsh reality. And our babies are on their way back to school. So while I wait for my people to come up, I'm going to throw the link down again. And let me tell you briefly, before I let me hint that up, my personal experience with this. I have a grandbaby, okay? I make it a point, okay, to me. I'm just a grandma. I'm not even mama, okay? Mama's doing this too. This is how I taught my daughter. Always, always have a presence in your child's school. Meet the teachers, shake their hand, look them dead in the eye, let them know that you are fully involved in your child's life, their learning, and their teachers, okay? Let them know. Don't just show up on parent-teacher conference, take the papers, okay, what they need to do, all right, okay, bye, nice meeting you. No, okay? You can call your school and ask for a private meeting. You can walk around your school. You can see how far the bathroom is, you know, from the classroom. You can see where the library is. A lot of parents don't know. If you tell them how far is the bathroom from your child's classroom, I don't know. How far is the library from your child's classroom? I don't know. Where's the auditorium? These are things that you have to know. A lot of our kids are being taught by white teachers, okay? As you know, there is a huge cultural difference, right? I'm not saying that being taught by white teachers is bad. I'm saying that there's a humongous cultural difference, right? We handle our babies a certain way. They handle their children a certain way. It's a huge divide. It's a cultural difference. That doesn't mean that a white teacher can't successfully teach a Black or brown child. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have to be aware of the racial difference and the cultural difference. My personal story was my grandbaby got into a situation, 5 years old, you know what I mean, during PE, a boy threw a ball at him, knocked him over. My grandbaby got mad, pushed the boy. the people at the school started talking about writing him up. And that's where grandma comes in, right? What the fuck are you writing him up for? Because that to me sounds like you're trying to put a record on a 5-year-old. And no one could explain to me what the fuck for, right? So there were phone calls back and forth. My daughter had a meeting with them, with my son-in-law. They're going in there because you need to explain to me why you writing up my grandson. What the fuck is that? Speaking of the pipeline to prison, right? I'm real sensitive about that shit. So you have to explain it to me and make it make sense. And the word comply was used on a 5-year-old. The word comply. You want to see somebody go 0 to 100? A 5-year-old. Well, you know, he didn't comply with the rules. A 5-year-old, bitch. So long story short, there was no write-up. But I find it very, very strange. And this video struck me because of the disciplinary tickets that they were giving the majority of Black children. And this is what they do because I've experienced it. So when you get a call from a teacher, well, you know, we got to write up your son because no. We're going to have a meeting. I need witnesses. If you have video, great. But you're not putting a record on my toddler. Who the fuck do you think you are? Don't let these people and their rules and their regulations and their policies put a record on your child from when they're tiny. Do not let it slide. Demand to speak to the principal. Demand to speak to whoever was there and saw the incident. Demand to speak to the teacher. Let all the motherfuckers know in that system, I am here for my child. And if you're talking about write-ups or they didn't comply or disciplinary tickets, you better fucking be ready for a trial. You better be ready for a trial because I don't care how fucking busy I am with my job, you and I gonna meet. And I'm gonna look at you straight on because these people are counting on you not being involved, you being busy, you having too much work to do, you having other children to tend to or care for. They're counting on that. But a 5-year-old getting written up for not complying, that sounds to me like police talk. It sounds to me like jail talk. So now you and I are going to have a meeting, Miss McGillicuddy. Do not let them get away with it. Our babies are on their way back to school. Be aware of that fucking pipeline, okay? Be aware of the disciplinary tickets. Be aware of those write-ups. Be aware of the language. Be aware of the language. When my grandson was in preschool, this teacher used the word aggressive. I called that school so fucking fast and demanded to speak to anybody within 3 feet of him. You do not call my grandson aggressive. Ever. Ever. Children run, they play. And on top of that, my grandson is quiet. He's still the type of kid where it's like, are you really messing with me? Like, are you really picking on me? He's not that kid. And we all know our kids. If my grandson was aggressive, I'd be like, well, hey, you know what I mean? My grandson will bring it to you. But he's not that kid. So because one of your little unruly, whoever you're not watching over there, you know what I mean, got in his face, well, you know, he was kind of aggressive. No, bitch, you're not going to use those words on our kids. Do not let these people use those words on your kids. Your children are listening. It is going on their record. And then they tried to tell me, well, you know, it's not really important. Like, this doesn't follow him. Then why the fuck are you writing it down? But you know, it doesn't mean anything. We just write it down because we have to do an incident report. Then why are you writing it down if it doesn't mean anything? You want to see me show up to a school? Start that little wordplay that they do. Do not let these people categorize your children in this way. Don't let them fucking do it. They are on their way back to school. Don't let them do it. Be aware. Now, that doesn't mean that every white teacher in America is malicious. But bias and racism and prejudice doesn't always have to have malice. Doesn't always have to have malice. For someone to treat your child unfairly doesn't have to be fueled by malice. So be very careful of how they talk about your children in those spaces. No, you're not going to write up my grandson. No, ma'am. No. So that was my experience. I'm I'm like hyper aware and sensitive about it. Okay. My baby going back to school. I'm already asking who's the teacher, and we're not even in the same state. We're not even in the same state. So I'm on the phone. What's your security like in that school? How do you get in? And I'm far away. Let's just say. Who's the teacher? What's the teacher's name? Where did she work prior to there? You have to let these people know I am involved. Busy and all, I am involved, and they will treat you and your child differently. Trust me. When you have a presence, even if you volunteer once a week or once a month, when you have a presence in your child's school, they know that you are not the one. They know that you are not the one. No te deje. No te deje. Don't let them get away with shit, is the translation. Don't be a sucker, right? So that video that I played is interesting because they said it was an experiment, right? And the Black teacher was also focusing on the Black child. Now, we could chalk that up to she's a Black woman, it's the Black child, so you automatically are looking at what you could relate to. But the white teachers were looking at the Black child, waiting, right, for him to misbehave. That's a science experiment. The teachers didn't even know why they were there. So you see how natural it is. Now, that teacher may not be racist or prejudiced or what, but you see how natural it is that she was focused in on the child that was Black. The shit is innate. So all I'm saying is watch out for that. I'm going to play the video one more time for the people that just came in the room, and then I'm letting up my panel, okay? We got to be aware it is. Don't mess with the babies.
Showed teachers this video clip of 4 preschool students. Their instructions: look for misbehavior and click when you see it. The study was kind of deceptive. None of the kids in the video actually misbehaved. The researchers were using eye tracking software. What they actually wanted to study was who the teachers were watching. Both Black and white teachers spent significantly more time watching the Black boy in the video. This study showed that even preschool teachers can treat kids differently based on their race without even realizing it. Look elsewhere in the US school system and you'll see this show up in other ways, like at this middle school in Bryan, Texas. They gave students tickets for offenses like disrupting class or using profanity. Black students were 4 times more likely than white students to receive those tickets. Nationwide, Black boys miss way more school due to suspensions than any other group. And this can start a kind of chain reaction. Missing weeks of school due to suspensions makes students much more likely to drop out. Without a diploma, you're much less likely to earn a living wage and much more likely to be incarcerated. All this missing school is helping to drive the highest poverty and incarceration.
Woo! All right, I'm gonna let my panel up, y'all. Woo, that video. What's up, Big Truck? What's up, Reese? What's up, Juwana? What's up, Haran? Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello, hello. How is everybody?
Wonderful.
What you think? Talk about anything, because I addressed a lot today. We don't have to jump into the main course. If you want to address something in the beginning, feel free.
I wanted to focus on that main course and what you were saying about Hispanic women and Kevin Samuels. Okay. So because I'm have a business here in Manhattan, and because I'm a hiring manager, I'm forced to watch these goddamn videos about bias and sexual harassment and stuff. I'm also forced to show the people I hire those videos, right? And those videos come in various shapes and forms, but you're focused right now on kindergarten, which is fine. And I've actually paid a lot of attention to the New York City school system as well as the New Jersey school system. So this whole thing that you bring up about write-ups, I think there's somebody with background noise. Can everybody mute up? Because I think it sounds like somebody's in a bathroom or something.
Probably Reese.
Yeah, if everybody could just mute up real quick. Okay, so here's the thing. As far as these write-ups, as you probably noticed, most of the records are going digital. Like some of these kids, they have digital grade books, and they automatically notify the parents and whatnot using text messages when any information is put in, right? Chances are he was written up before you even knew about it, simply because the teachers are filing incident reports. The reason why is because of something that we have around here is called CYA, cover your ass, right? If the teachers do not write up anecdotes about these kids, if something later does happen, then they have no leg to stand on, because they can't say that, oh yeah, well, I've been, carefully documenting what's been happening. So the problem is the teachers are encouraged that if they spot anything, that they're supposed to pretty much write it up. So if the child says something about suicidal thoughts, they have to write it up. And they have to report it, obviously, because they're mandated reporters. If the child is in a fight, bullied, or has a problem with another kid, they have to write it up all the time. So when they do that, they're leaving behind a digital record trail. Some of the teachers use different types of grade books. It automatically goes to the parent. Sometimes it automatically goes to a guidance counselor. Sometimes it automatically goes to the assistant principal, depending upon the seriousness of the situation. So this whole thing about writing them up, it's whatever happens, they're leaving behind a digital trail. Now, somebody, I think his name was Code Red in the chat, was saying, don't let these people educate your kids. Well, I would agree with that, because I would say, the Jews would never allow Nazis to educate their kids. So why would you? And I heard somebody say that a long time, and I'm stealing that quote. The Jews would never allow somebody who's a Nazi to educate their kids. So why are you? And that stuck with me. And the reality is, you're dealing with, in many cases, and I'm not casting dispersion on these people, but you're dealing with people who don't live amongst you, who drive into your community, make their money, and then drive out at night and don't even think about you until they're back there making more money. You're segregated from them. They don't invite you to their neighborhood, and they damn sure aren't in your neighborhood after it gets dark. Now, as far as these things about the aggressiveness and specific people watching people, well, the problem is people are people, and they're going to pay attention to what they want to pay attention to. I was subconsciously, and I caught myself, I was watching the white girl in the video, and I was watching her because I wanted to see how she was interacting with the other kids. And I was paying no attention to the black kids, and I think one of the kids was Hispanic. He could have been Asian. I'm not even sure, but I wasn't paying attention to them. I was watching the white girl the whole time. Maybe it's because I'm a male. I don't know. Maybe it's because I was just watching her to see how she dealt with the kids. But the reality is, teachers, police officers, judges, lawyers, all of them were all professionals of this type, especially in civil service. We have to watch these videos. We're forced to watch these videos. And in some cases, we're giving preferential treatment because we're basically self-censoring and saying, you know, we're being violent, we're being biased towards that person, so we're forced to self-censor. And we're forced to basically say, oh, you know what, normally I would have written you up, but we're going to let you off. I'm going to let you off this time because I might be a racist or something. And the sad thing about it is it's happening really because when you really think about it, Black people don't really control their own school systems. They don't have enough male teachers. They don't have, well, they have mostly female teachers. They don't have enough male teachers there. And most of the people who are teaching their kids are tending to be white. Same thing goes for the Hispanic community too, because most of the schools, as you know, we have, you know, a large amount of immigrants, especially here in New York. And regardless where you're from, the teachers are mostly white. After it's mostly white females, you come down to mostly Black females, and Black males are a very small percentage. But after white females, Black females, it's probably Hispanic females. And but we already know it's mostly white females. Mm-hmm. Now, a lot of males are trying to come into teaching because the private sector sucks right now, and they know that it's a good civil service job. Some of them are coming, but for the most part, that's what the real issue is. You know, people have biases, but as far as this whole thing about them writing up your son, they already did it. It's just that you were being included after the fact. Now, the problem is if you're a parent, you come in there and you have any level of attitude, they're just going to write you off too. They're going to be like, oh, now you see why he's like that. His grandmama's mouth's off at the mouth or whatever. Now, really,
I know how to speak their language now. I don't go in there Bronx style, but I know how to speak their language.
It doesn't even matter. As soon as they see you, they're going to be like, yes, now I understand why he acts like that.
Okay, long as
it's a continued prejudice. They do the same thing to Black mothers, especially Black single mothers, Hispanic single mothers. They do the exact same thing. As soon as you walk in there, they're like, oh, yeah, that's why he acts like that. Or they might say something.
The best thing is what Code Red said, what you said. I've always known the best thing is do not let them teach your child. Do not let them.
The question is, do you have a choice? It's just like saying, don't let them police you. Do you have a choice over who's in your community policing you? And that's the real problem right there. Very quickly, and then I'll just pass the mic. About Kevin Samuels. When Kevin Samuels was bringing up Hispanic women, the thing about it is he if you remember how he said it, he said, yeah, Jamila, Mei Ling, Becky, and all of them are your competition, because he was talking specifically to Black women on the channel, right? To tell you the truth, he was absolutely right. They are their competition. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but there's been increasing anger on the manosphere about passport bros. They're going to all these parts of South America, Cartagena, Colombia. None of them are really going to Puerto Rico, but they're going to Dominican Republic, Colombia, Brazil, and they getting wives. Not just there for sex. Some of these dudes are going there. They're having a good time. They're meeting women who are feminine, and they're falling in love, and they're loving it, and some of them are trying to stay, and these dudes are marrying these women, some of which are single moms. But these women are treating them so well until the men are falling in love with these women and marrying them. So the thing about it is Kevin Samuels was 100% right. I know, because I don't really do Latin America. I prefer Asia. And the thing about it is you're hearing it over and over. Passport Bros is saying it. SYSBM is saying it. The women overseas are so much easier to deal with, easier to talk to, nicer, more feminine, so forth and so on, that when Black men travel abroad, they completely don't want to be with the women here. And then they tell other Black men about it. And it's starting a trend where Black men are now going to DR and, Hispanic countries and stuff. So Kevin Samuels, on that note, he was right. But you got to remember, his audience is all Black women. He was trying to tell them, yeah, this is your competition. What are you going to do about it? So I'll pass the mic now.
Okay, so I want just a little. The majority of those guys are going to those specific countries because they can get cheap prostitutes. Let's not sweep that.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, I know men specifically. Okay.
If you say the majority, that means more than 50%. A lot of them are really looking for wives.
I would say the majority.
All women are prostitutes, though.
Uh-oh.
Hold on a minute.
That's another story. All right, my bad.
Okay, don't interrupt. Relax.
My bad.
Here's the thing, right? The majority of people I see talking about the going out of the country to get these women are talking about prostitutes. They are not on these platforms talking about I went out there and got married. Now I know a couple guys that have married out of the country, but the majority of them, okay, are congregating in these groups on these panels, bragging about getting $40 prostitutes. Now, as far as the prostitutes in Dominican Republic, that shit's been going on since I was a teenager. I had friends who were cops, who were correction officers, and they would brag about going out there and getting the GFE. This was like 20 years ago.
Oh, no,
right?
I believe you on that.
It was known that you can go to DR and get you a girlfriend experience for about $20, $30. A good girlfriend experience. I'm not just talking about head. I'm talking about the papi and his rice and beans and all of that shit, okay? So that's always been going on. So I'm not about to sit here and believe that these men are just flying out to, you know what I mean, to find wives. Some of them may be, but here's the thing. Those black men, I'm sorry for them, the majority are not desirable in this country. These are the same men that want to take you on, you know, out to coffee for your first fucking day. These are the same men that is like, I gotta go 50-50 with them.
Well, Jen, in fairness, who has trained these men dating etiquette? We went through this the last time. Most of these men don't know how to date and they don't know how to be men, but on the same hand, most of the women don't know how to be feminine or how to date either. So my thing about, if you're going to say majority, that means more than 50%. Now, maybe hold on. Well, hold on. Maybe the majority of the people you've listened to, but the reality is a lot of these dudes, if they're going down there on vacation, they may be going there for sex tourism. However, now that trend is changing. A lot of these dudes are really going there because they want to get married, because they know that they can't marry the women here for whatever reason. And they're trying to fulfill their belief that if they go to another country, that they'll be able to get a wife, that they'll be able to have her, and they'll be able to have children. And then I'm going to stop. I have an uncle. He retired from the NYPD, so he was a cop. He went down to DR. He got a wife. We went there in 2011, and I was in Puerto Plata when he got married. Right now, they've been married since 2011, 3 kids. A lot of black men are seeing that the only way that they're going to get anything more than a modern woman from here that they consider a bad person, they're going to Asia or they're going to South America, and the white men have done it before them, so they're following after their lead. Okay, so
congratulations to your uncle, but I know groups of guys, cops, CEOs from New York City, and they would go down there for $20 prostitutes.
You're right, Ben. You're right.
That is the trend. Before we move forward, I want to hear from Joanna, and I also, before we go down that rabbit hole, I would like to stay on the topic of back to school racial bias awareness first, because I think that's what's really important, because a lot of our kids are going back to school. We could talk about the $10 hookers in a minute. I promise. Joanna, I'm sorry I skipped over you, my lovely lady, but you should have gone first.
Hey, Jen, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to bring a little smoke.
Bring the smoke.
First, I'm going to say hello to the to the panel.
I think he was already doing the little wood. Big Truck was already like.
Yeah, Big Truck. I'm going to bring you a little smoke. I genuinely and sincerely love your commentary and your insight.
Thank you.
It is not a complaint, but it's an observation that you really take over the panel.
Thank you.
I've timed you, and you spent on a 5-minute dialogue before Jen even interjected, and then you went on another 3 or 4 minutes in conversation with her back and forth. I expect and hope that you respectfully bow out for a little while to let everybody else get an opportunity to speak with Jen, because she is a lovely person. She is a provocative person. We all want a chance to get our shit off. And I just want to let you know, in the sense of fairness, since we're talking about fairness and biases, you as a white man should know to, check yourself on this persons of colors panel and respect the other people of color on the panel.
Hold on, I'm not white. I'm black.
He's a
No,
black
I'm the
man.
white guy. I'm the white
Big
one.
Truck is black.
I'm
Yeah, man.
black, yo.
That's him in the
Oh
picture.
It's
snap,
a
man! You're
Him
so
in the
conservative. I
picture.
just knew. So you
Oh,
voted for Trump?
oh God.
Trump.
What is
You're
that?
so con-
Listen, you
you're
see that
so
picture? You see that picture of me flying that jet? I'm a black man. It's just that I speak very well because I'm highly educated and hold 3 master's degrees. So no,
you're
I'm not
so
white.
your views are so conservative, and I respect that. I love it.
I'm in trouble.
I love that this is a black man who is as conservative as you are. Because sometimes I feel like I'm the only conservative. Did you vote for Trump,
Yes, I did.
Big Truck? So
Not
did
only
I.
did I vote for him, but I was telling everybody 2 years before he got elected that he was going to win, and nobody believed me.
So did I. Salute to you. I really do sincerely enjoy your commentary, but again, it's an observation that you really take over the panel when you get on.
Because
And
I'm very efficient. I'll
and
bow out and let y'all talk.
thank you, Jen, and salute to the rest of the gentlemen on the panel. Salute to you, Jen. Now, Jen, you know, I don't want to trigger you because you've already told us you're sensitive about your baby.
I am.
So how do we get on here and speak our minds and our hearts without being offensive if we have some little bit of disagreement or nuance to the conversation?
Joanna, you've been up here plenty, and you know you can say what you want. I'm not triggered to the point. I'm sensitive about my baby. That's my family, right? But I'm like, you can say what you want. It is nuanced.
Okay, well, like Big Truck said, why we keep sending our kids to these schools and then complain about how people talking to them and treating them and writing about them and what they got to say and other kids on the playground and stuff like that. That's number one for me. And I really feel like as people of color, black people, or whatever you want to call it, we got to stop that. You can't be going to somebody house and expecting them to treat their child just as well as you would treat your child. And as far as the biases, God bless us all, but don't we all have biases? When I'm around so-called white people, I'm looking at them. I'm looking at them to see what they're doing, what they're saying, what they're talking about. I think it's innate for people to be of different, if we're going to say we're different cultures, to say that we are going to particularly pay attention to other people and how they treat our so-called people. And so then there's that. And then on the other note, since you did share with us, Jen, about your father and how badass he was, and he was in your face, and then you also share with us that you voluntarily went to anger management. It may be a cultural in your family for your grandson to respond to what he perceived as an attack on him by being hit with the ball, and then he went and pushed the other child. Now certain white folks use those big words like aggressive. They're gonna say that. They're gonna use big words like comply. They're gonna use that. So that shouldn't shock any of us. What's shocking to me, like Big Truck has said, is that we continue to go to our so-called oppressors expecting them to treat us right. Now, I don't agree that these people are oppressors, but the conversation makes me feel like we got to watch out for them. They're out to get us. And if that's the case, then why would you send your child there? Why would you allow your grandchild to go there? Go send your child to a private school. Send them to, I don't know, but I'm just saying, I'm all about don't complain when you are asking someone for something, for a service. And if you go to public school, that's what you're getting. You're getting a service. If you have the dineros, educate your child yourself or pay for a private tutor or educated person to come into your home or whatever, or Montessori schools, or I don't know. But the solution is definitely not to complain. And because of one of your other shows about Hispanics complaining about different roles, like that particular person getting a role as the Cuban leader,
Fidel Castro.
yeah, and you're saying about the fairness and the not fairness. I was told at 5 years old by my father, the world isn't fair. And you always seem to come to us about stop expecting the world to be fair. Now, why would you expect to send, your child or your grandchild to a school where they're dominated by white people and expected to be fair? The solution is more black people and people of color and Hispanic people should be educators. That's a solution. Or send them to a private school where they're paid to
Oh,
treat your
please
child
no,
better.
please
I'm
no.
done.
Don't do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So I agree with you 100%. I just think that it's a little different when we're talking about Hollywood, right? Because Hollywood, the whole Fidel Castro thing, right? It's an actor looking for a job, right? They're wanting that job. When you're sending your child to school, it's not free. Those teachers are getting paid to educate your children, right? It's not a free service. Like you're not going to pay, and especially if it's a service, then you have to serve me the way I want to be served, right? It is a service, right? So I agree with you 100%. However, he's my grandson, not my son, right? So it's like I have to trust my daughter with how she wants to raise her son. I'm like backseat driving, right? It's her son. Now I've told her, do this, do that. I'd rather you do this. But she has her own family. She has her man. You know what I mean? They live in another state. So I have to kind of sit back sometimes. I can't be so overbearing where it's like, you're going to do what I say do. And this is why. She's living her life. She's making her mistakes or not, or doing whatever she wants. So that's the first thing. But I agree with you. Don't complain, change it. I am very much that person. As far as my dad being, you know what I mean, aggressive or whatever, and me being very aggressive doesn't mean that it trickled down to my grandson. Now, I have relatives that are just as hot-headed, but if you met my sister, you would think she was a nun. She is the polar opposite of me. She's very docile. She's quiet. She's like, I make fun, but she's like my Jesus. So it doesn't automatically, mean that my father was and then I was, because my sister is the opposite. My mother is the opposite. And I always keep it 100. If my grandson was the aggressive type, I would be like, hey, he's a little tyrant. He's a lot to handle. I have nieces and nephews that are that way. But my grandson isn't that kid. If he was, I wouldn't get so worried. If he was aggressive, I'd be, less worried because I'm like, well, he's going to take care, his situation. But I do agree with you. I don't disagree with you at all, Juana. I think don't complain, change it. But I think when we're talking about actors looking for jobs, I think it's a little different than the service they're supposed to be providing. But yeah, we're all biased.
It's a public school. It's a public school. There's no real good service coming in. Don't accept the free lunch. You ever heard that phrase? Don't accept the free lunch. It's a public school. It's free. There's not going to they're not going to offer you anything good. When you go to pick up those turkeys and canned goods from the place on Christmas time, there's really nothing in there really good or healthy. There's nothing in there that the people giving it want for themselves because it's free. If it's free, it's not going to be that good. And so you have to consider that. When I go places, I pay top dollar for what it is. For a haircut.
You think public school, that's a free service?
It is a service. It is a free service. It's public school. It's predicated and dictated by the taxes in the area that the people can afford to pay, that they're paying in that area. And a lot of times, if it's in a low economic area, you're not gonna. That's why you see the discrepancies. That's why it feels like discrimination. You go across town to Manhattan, probably not have been to Manhattan, and you see a lot of different things. You see what you perceive as a lot of better upgrades in the school. The school, has proper security. It has the technology and everything for the kids and everything. And then you go and Brooklyn, and you go, Harlem, and it's completely different. And it's because of the tax-based reconciliation due to that. And then they don't pay teachers very well at all anyway. So what do you think you're going to get? You get what you pay for. That's what my father always taught me. You get what you pay for. I can remember being a child, about 10 years old, and we're standing in line at the grocery store. And my father, God bless him, and I am a conservative, but I don't totally agree with what he was saying then. But there was this black woman ahead of us in the line, and she had a cart full of groceries, but most of it was junk food and craziness, and she's paying with food stamps. And my father turned to me and he whispered, "This is what I cannot stand. Don't ever be like that." And ever since then, it's haunted me. I've never accepted any government handouts or any kind of subsidies or of that nature. Um, and it's because it's practically free. We're paying for these things. We're all paying for these people to do this, and that's why a lot of the services that are public and are free, they're not really that great. So the solution that I offer is go out there, and you are a hustler, and I can tell that you're a hustler. Go out there and hustle for what is rightfully yours, what God intends for you to have, and don't accept the free lunch.
Okay. All right. So, like I said, I agree with everything you're saying. I just don't agree on the free service thing. That's the only thing I don't agree with.
That's okay. That's okay. I respect you.
Likewise, always. Gutter Snipe, drop $100 super chat and I'll answer your question because you've asked it like 10 times. So drop $100 super chat and I'll answer your question. If you ask it again, you're getting blocked. Or we can play. We can play because I like playing. So drop $100 super chat and I'll answer your question. Okay. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Afro Universe, salute to you. All right, guys. So I do have a timer, Joanna. I do have a timer. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna let you guys be free. Try to keep it under 2 minutes because we do have 6 people on the panel. So try to keep it under 2 minutes. Okay, that's all I'm asking. I know Shadow Band just got here, so I want the other gentleman, either Reese or Haran. What say you?
Can you even hear me?
What? You want to go, Reese?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, but you sound low.
I sound low.
I can hear you.
Oh. So I want to talk about this island thing, right? I did the Pacific Islands. And there are millions of people over here that don't even know about those Pacific Islands. Most of the people over here when they get money, they go to Cancun, Jamaica, Fiji, and all this type of shit, Bahamas and all of that. There's a whole nother world, a whole nother island system on the other side of the planet that is damn near a carbon copy of what's going on here. But it's a little different. I was over there for years, man. Thailand, the Philippines, Cambodia, Australia, Hawaii, and about 8 other places. I'm not a pervert, y'all. But listen to what I'm about to tell you. Over there, you cannot tell the difference between a 14-year-old girl and a 35-year-old woman. Are any of you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you, but I don't believe you.
I'm not mad.
Listen to me,
I'm
y'all.
not mad, but I don't believe you.
Listen to me. What they show you on the postcard and on the videos and stuff is not what's really there. These people that live in the forest and in the hood are fucking gorgeous. Do you hear me, Jen? Gorgeous. Flawless skin. 32 pearly white piano keys. 50, 60 years old. No gray hair. I'm telling you. I saw some foul shit going on over there. And this was way back in the 80s. In 88, 89, and 90. And it wasn't just the guys coming in. The guys there were running some stuff in there. Like they had back alley strip clubs and stuff with dark ass red lights all through there. So you couldn't really see what, you know what I mean? You got to get up on somebody to see what they really look like. Crazy shit. Little girls selling pussy in the jungle, Jen, to soldiers and stuff. And I seen, let me be careful because I don't want to jam your channel up. I promise I was going to behave up here. I seen guys dip off into the forest, come back talking about some, we were just talking and all kinds of crazy stuff, man. I'm telling you, men are sick, man. They are, man. I'm gonna keep it a buck up here. I know what it's like to be a man and have sick things in your mind. But what separates us are the ones that act on that shit and the ones that push it out your head. You see what I'm saying? Because you got something I broke this down to you before, Jen. You got something in your head called the phonological loop that records whatever you see and hear, right? So you see and hear things like child molestation, rape, murder. So this goes into your brain. A man is supposed to push that shit out. Anybody. You don't act on it. And I've seen grown men. I've been a barber all my life and a bartender. So I've seen a bulk of the men of the world at their worst. All right? That's where they talk their worst shit in the barbershop and at the bar. That's been my whole life. I could write a book this fucking thick on the bullshit I seen. You know what I'm saying? Not to take sides and none of that. But man, y'all don't even know what's going on over there. And about that fight, there is so much shit there. The bad part about that is we don't see the beginning of the video of how this shit started. Right? But I gotta say, that dude took a step forward when he shouldn't have. I speak 5 languages, and leave me the fuck alone is the same thing in all 5 of them. It's a step back, and you do the finger like this, and you turn around. Right, Jen?
Yes. Okay, give me a second. Hold on, Reese. Super chat break. I think we all need a super chat break. Thank you so much. Can I get some podcast for the super chat? He says, "What's up, good people? I had to come through and show some love for the show. Keep doing your thing, Jen. Please follow Can I Get Some Podcast. Can I Get Some Podcast has really, really great panels. He has as great panels as I have here. And you know, these panels are rare, okay? So if you want a panel just like this one, he talks about a lot of things about relationships and stuff. He has a great looking panel. Everybody cams up over there, okay? So you have to salute that man. Everybody cams up. Please follow Can I Get Some Podcast. And you see me over there sometimes too. I pull up every now and then. Can I Get Some Podcast?
I'll be over there.
Yeah, so okay, Reese, pause the airport thing for a minute. I want Haran to speak because he's been waiting a while.
All right. Well, interesting points were made. Reese, always great to see you, bro. I just want to say just a few things. Black men disengage emotionally from society, and we're often called sociopaths and emotionally absent. But we have to understand, based on that video right there, that shows that from a very young age, we're treated as adults and problematic. So the bias begins at a very early age. Now, as I said before, the Central Park Five is a solid example of that. Keep in mind, Donald Trump called for the death penalty for them. He took out a ad in a paper to kill children. Also, one of the things that I also want to say is that one of the things that we also have to discuss is that there is a dire need for Black male educators as well as mentors. We have to keep in mind that, yes, a lot of these homes don't have, male energy. And a lot of these young brothers, if they actually saw a respectable, well-functioning Black man in, at a very young age, a lot of things would turn out different. Now, keep in mind, if you treat a human being in a particular manner, they will subconsciously behave as such. And this is how it starts. This is how the school to prison pipeline starts. Okay? Because if you treat a person as wayward, as a criminal, after a while they begin to believe, if they have a young developing mind, they believe that that's what they are. Because the perception of various cultures is that the Black brute has a superhuman strength, he's inherently violent, and he needs to be caged. Okay? And another thing we also have to keep in mind is that a lot of times, by the time, brothers become disengaged emotionally and just, are disassociated with a lot of what's going on around them, they come to realize that unless you're gifted with a high degree of athletic prowess or capable of amassing wealth in other ways, you're not particularly deemed useful in this society. And I'm just end it right there.
Damn. Okay, so that's basically what I was talking about. Although I still agree, you know what I mean, would you want to get your own, do your own? But the majority of people can't afford to put their kids in private school, right? A lot of people can, but a lot of people can't. So while your child is there, I'm just saying stay vigilant. You know, whether it's a free, whether you want to consider it a free service or something you pay taxes for, just be vigilant. Don't let them handle your child any which way just because you're not paying thousands of dollars to have your child there. With that said, thank you for sharing that, Haran. That's a very, very important point of view. Shadow Ben, you're the one that was saying you were white? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you have to share, sir?
All right. Well, thanks for letting me talk. I know you discriminate against white people, so I'm last. That's fine. I just wanted to say, I've seen Jesus before, right? And he's white. He's not black. So with that being said, we can move forward and speak the truth now. You said that
buckle up, everybody. Buckle up.
People can't. No. I'm not even trying to be a troll or funny. Like, I don't, it's my channel. You check it out. I have like the realest channel on YouTube, Shadowbound33.
Everybody does. We all have the realest channel on YouTube. Continue.
No, but I really do. You're talking about you can't afford to put and stop having kids. Whenever I see females have kids, they're so happy. Oh, my little blessing. They post it on social media, right? But as soon as their lazy ass gets tired, they drop them off out of school for 8 hours to get injected with a vaccine and a finger shoved up his ass or something, right?
Jesus Christ.
But they love them at first. Oh, my little blessing. And also, let's not pretend that, these black kids are little saints and angels. They perpetuate a culture of what? All the rappers they listen to today were what?
Wait.
They want to be
white
savage.
kids who are shooting up schools. The white kids who are shooting up schools. What are they doing?
They act like they're from the hood, but they're from the suburbs. So you're not gonna let me talk? I stay quiet.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This goes for like Mexican kids in the ghetto.
No, you're not trying. You're actually not trying. You're actually not.
No, I'm really not. I'm speaking the truth that you guys haven't spoke yet. It's everybody else's fault. Oh, the educators. Oh, all the music they promote is garbage. It's fucking disgusting trash. That should be boycotted. Let's be honest. But I never hear people boycotting. They glorify it. They take pride in it. They want to gangbang when they're from the suburbs. They want to act like they're from the hood when they're from the suburbs because that's how deep the garbage has poisoned their mind. Am I right or wrong?
Are you done?
I'm asking. Am I right or wrong?
I want to respond to that.
No, we don't.
Oh, go ahead.
You're not up here to ask us questions. You're up here to make your point, and then we'll respond to that.
Yeah, that was my point. I mean.
Okay. All right. So, who wants to respond to him?
I do.
Let me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me respond to this real quick, and let me just be done with this. All right. So, this gentleman right here. The one who claims that Jesus was in Egypt, white Jesus was in Egypt.
He was my skin color, 100%. I said he's not black, 100%.
And to also state the fact that he also ignores the fact that white children are also the last couple of years, white children have.
Who cares though? That's not the point.
You're not going to interrupt him because you didn't want to be interrupted.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, you're behind mass shootings. You're the face of white male anger. You're also the face of incels. The FBI is basically on your ass. Like, let's just put it out there. White males have become public enemy number one on many factors. The numbers are there, bro. Okay, we can research the numbers if we really want to really dig.
So that justifies you being thugs.
No one's justifying anything. No. We're not justifying anything. We're making observations. We're making fair observations right now. Okay, so if you can do critique, if you can sit here and critique us, we can critique you. That is a fair situation, isn't it?
He's muted. Do you want him to answer?
Not now. I said what I really had to say. So, Truck, if you want to take it from there, or Reese, you can go in.
That's all
I was just being quiet listening to this dude because I have to assume this dude is trolling.
No, I'm not
I
trolling. I'm speaking the
mean,
truth. You're
I,
professional victims. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let me help you out. Because if you're
he's
not
gone.
trolling and you are to be taken seriously by what you're saying, then let me just help you out on this. Simple fact is, white men settled this country. You've set up this system. You've allowed blacks to fall into the problems that they're falling into by setting up the system against them. When you lost control of blacks, now that your head's on the chopping block and you're the target, now you want to start talking smack. The reality is you're being phased out. So that's just that. Now, you can take that how you want. You can go get a tiki torch. You can march. You can cry about it. But on the evolutionary chain, you are a dead end. I'm sorry. You had a good run. I'll give you this. You had a good run for the last couple 100 years. But between here and Europe and your population dropping in number, you're being phased out. Very sorry to say it, but that's just what it is. So I assumed you were trolling. But listen, if you're not trolling, let me just help you out by explaining to you, you're being phased out. It's called entropy. All things come to an end. You are coming to an end. Sorry.
Shadow Ben, he's still in the chat. You could cam up. Come back.
Why did he
go?
leave? Why did he leave?
I don't know. He said
Don't
thanks
do
for
that.
letting
Don't
me
do that.
on.
You see, this is what I hate, Jen.
Well,
This is
hold
what I
on. He's
hate.
still there though,
He's-
right?
he's-
So listen, if he's
Still
still
in the
there,
chat. He
listen.
could come back up. Like you could cam up again if you want, Shadow Ben. Like we could have this conversation. We can have this conversation.
He took it to the spiritual level. He said that Jesus was white or whatever.
First
right?
of all, I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist.
Right. But here, listen. To be fair, before I respond, we're going to bow our heads in prayer. I have a special prayer for this brother. No. Come on. Seriously, y'all. Come on. Now, dear Lord.
Dame, how you doing, man?
What's up, my brother?
Don't interrupt the
What's
prayer.
up?
Don't interrupt the prayer. Bow your heads and pay respect.
I'll bow my head and check my email.
Dear Lord, I have a request.
This is how I bow my head.
By 12 noon tomorrow, I want a perfect world without flaw, every living creature. Fuck my grandkids, the future, the kids, and all of that. No, I'm here right the fuck now. Tomorrow, 12 noon. Peace on earth, perfection. Now, dear Lord, if you don't meet these demands, I got news for you. We got your son. He's right here with me right now on this live stream, dangling between my fucking legs. Skin of brass, hair like wool, tall, just like the fucking book says. So, if you don't meet our demands, Sky Coward, what I'm going to do to your son is call up one of my concubines. She's going to take her hand, and I'm going to take one of my hands. And we're going to choke your son and beat him profusely until he earls. Amen.
All right, Reese. Welcome,
Amen.
Damien.
What you got me?
White Jesus?
You're like,
Come
what
on,
have
man.
I stepped into?
Okay, super chat break. We all need a super chat break. Thank you,
Regular
Juana.
time on the block, Reese.
He fucked up.
Thank you for the super chat.
All seriousness about the school thing. I'm not even going to go against him and say he's wrong. Niggas are wilding right now. But Jen, do you remember when they were trying to censor Luke back in the day?
Yes, I do.
Remember the Senate meetings and all the news coverage and all that hubbub?
Yes, I do. Not just.
Well, explain to me.
NWA. What's the mother cats?
No. Wait a minute. We remember all that too. But explain to me how 3 years later, NWA, on their second album, the most vicious music ever produced in human history, the second album that nobody talks about, they didn't play one track in that movie. Go back and check it. Niggas for Life. They murder and rape a woman on that album. All right? They're sitting in the Oval Office doing a photo op with Father George Bush. Why did I bring that up? That was our transition. Before that, damn slavery and all. What the hell what the white man did? We was climbing out of all that shit. We had families. We was holding hands. Me and my girl had T-shirts with our names on them. You know what I'm saying? There was black love everywhere. It blanketed the planet. When that shit happened, we went south, and it was almost overnight. That's when the B word was invented. Before that, we was calling chicks slimmies, dips, or something like that. That's as fat. That's as hard. The only time the B word came out when something real vicious happened. You know what I'm saying? It was once a year or something like that. And, not even that often. Dead serious, man. Ask anybody, Mike. Come on, Jen. We the same, right? It was a different planet. Well, to the guy that just left, guess who put that plan together? I know you don't want me to run that down. That was your folk. Them Rosicrucian Masons that came over here and studied everybody's mind and put this plan together for 100-something plus years.
Okay,
Walt
Reese,
Disney
I'm
and
gonna
them.
pass the mic. Reese, let's pass
That's
the
why
mic.
we acting crazy, y'all.
Jen, I just got to say one thing. Jen, I just got to say one thing real quick. As you know, as I've told you, I've played in a number of bands. I've played in a number of rock bands, metal bands, and so on and so forth. I've been around a lot of white people, so on and so forth, and I've experienced a great degree of white culture for a very long time. And let me tell you, a lot of the things that we think are they are a problem in our community, but are a lot of the things that we do, even drug wise, and a lot of the things that we do and say in our music would be absolutely deemed conservative in comparison to some of the things, you know what I mean, that I've seen them do and they engage in, and their music actually, you know what I mean, contains. Now, we don't often know this because a lot of people, a lot of black people don't really listen to, you know what I mean, metal or rock music and so on and so forth. And no, they're not going to tell you that, yeah, you know what I mean, we're talking about raping chickens in this particular song. Yes,
Didn't somebody once like bite their head off a bat live on stage? And they
Gene Simmons.
They have people like
I think it was
spitting in
Gene
cups,
Simmons.
and then they like drinking.
No, it wasn't Gene Simmons. It wasn't Gene Simmons.
Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper was
Yes,
yes.
Yeah. And yeah, so they engage in a lot. Jen, let me tell you something. I was with I was sitting with my bass player, white dude, and he was telling me about a drug that they do, right? That they do. And he said the drug contains a chemical that the brain only shoots out when you're born and when you die. And I said, why in the fuck would you want to smoke some shit like that, man? But you know what? I just left the be with that. But I say this all to say, our dirty laundry is put on Front Street because we don't control the media, so on and so forth. So we are at the mercy of them and so on. So the white brand needs to be conserved and so on. So I'm done with that.
So I just want to say really quickly to that guy, guys like that, I find them entertaining because they sound like someone who's lost control. He's not even the type of white guy that can call shots. Like he's like the white people that are running shit, and then there's like the white trash who run around on YouTube complaining about, people of color. It's very simple for me. There's a difference between a people that was enslaved, right? And tortured and conditioned and ambushed and brainwashed. There's a difference between that demographic and a demographic of vile, despicable, tyrant, violent, vitriolic, disgusting people who were innately that way. Do you get it? Like these people came to us innately that way. That was in their system, in their mind. Bestiality, pedophilia, incest. They lead in all of that, right? They are cruel people. They are violent people. But like you said, they don't control the media, right? But they're, the word thug, they are the biggest thugs known to man. There is nowhere on planet Earth that they've gone and things did not get destroyed. So I like to hear these cats because they're sad. Like they're even worse than Black or brown people because they're beneath even that. Like white people that are quote unquote calling the shots don't even consider them, as part of their demographic. These incels that run around online like you Black people are victims and blah, blah. They don't. So I just sit back and let them talk, right? It's entertaining to me because I was like, you're hurting. You have nothing, you mean nothing, but you have a webcam, and here we go. But we know as a people that they are poison to the planet. Agent Smith, you are a virus. They have always been a virus to the planet. They will always be a virus to the planet, right? And we have tangible evidence of that. So I just think it's funny. I think they're entertaining. I think it's funny. He came up here to tell his truth. He threw around a couple things. What about rap music? I mean, they all parrot the same shit. We know that people have protested, against rap music. We know that people do things, and we know all of that, but those are their talking points. What about rap music and welfare? Yeah. All right, my guy. With that said, welcome, Damien, from Can I Get Some podcast.
What's up? How y'all doing? Man, I haven't had a chance to jump on the show in a while. It's been crazy over here.
I know.
Vacation.
It's Friday night. I don't know.
I mean, and I picked the one to jump on, huh?
Yeah, y'all cut the right one.
Here we go. Buckle up, everybody. Buckle up.
Yeah, y'all do your thing. I'm gonna listen to what you're saying and give my 2 cents when it's appropriate.
Okay, Haran, you want to say anything?
There were a number of other things that you were actually speaking on. I'm forgetting right now. You were talking about a couple of things.
How about Kevin Samuels talking about the Hispanic women being the competition for black women?
Oh yeah, well,
I did want to say something about that, but go ahead, Ron.
To piggyback off of what Big Truck was saying, we were talking briefly about, the passport bros and so on and so forth. Like, look, I don't.
Shadowban, come up on the panel. Stop trolling from the chat. Come, I'm gonna drop the link for you. Come up here and give us some more of that truth you got. That white truth. I like that white truth.
Come pray with a nigga.
Come on up here, boy.
Come pray black style.
I just dropped the link. Come on up here, boy.
Come take a peek at Jesus.
Anyway,
he came through with the white Jesus. Jesus was white.
Man,
son was whooping his ass in Egypt, though. He was a white man. anyway,
go ahead.
The point that I want to make real quick is that piggybacking off of what Big Truck was saying when we were talking about, passport bros and so on. Look, I don't have an issue with, the idea of actually, going over there, to any one of these countries, on vacation and so on and so forth. I'm not even mad at a hedonism resort. I may or may not have attended a few in my day, but anyway, that's not the point right now. But but the thing is that the idea of actually the idea of actually retreating American soil to go get a wife for $50 just doesn't really sit well with me. Like,
that's an oversimplification.
No, it's not.
I'm trying.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
That's an oversimplification.
Those men are rich over there. No, it's not. They can get them a wife for $50. No,
that's an oversimplification.
No, it's not.
Anyway, the point being, one is actually I just perceive it as one retreating over to a particular area to, I guess, because you can't compete and you're, on your own soil, you go where it's a little bit easier and where the speed is a little bit around what you're doing. It just sounds like, well, for me personally, if I'm in that situation, I'm looking at it as an opportunity for me to level up. How can I change me, and how can I create a situation where I'm actually competing and so on and so forth, where I'm actually, creating more opportunities and options for myself. It just doesn't sit well with me. I'm just gonna pick a duffel bag and find me a wife in Russia. I'm just, it's just not my thing. Or whatever, or the DR, or whatever it is. It just doesn't sit well.
All right, I have an absolute direct reply for that, because basically, first of all, white men have been doing this for pretty much since America started, they've been doing this.
Okay.
Now that black men have the kind of money that it actually takes to consider to go overseas, or the ones who actually have jobs where they can go overseas and that they can either live overseas, be an expatriate, or meet women abroad and decide to marry them. First of all, as a man, I'm not criticizing or questioning any man's choice in who he marries and why, because that's straight up dick policing, and that's something I really don't do. Now, if he decides he wants to marry a single mom, that's on him. If he decides he wants to marry a younger woman, as long as it's legal, that's on him. That's his choice. I don't dick police. Now, as far as these, O'Shea broke it down earlier today, but there's a lot of these dating coaches, for one, and there's a lot of jealous dudes who don't like the fact that these men actually have the money to go overseas, not to mention have passports, and that they're able to do what they do because these dudes are stuck right here in the hood with Keisha and Shaniqua. So that's one thing. Number two, these dating coaches know that they can't keep preaching their you got to have game, you got to have a mouthpiece bullshit, because now most of these men are showing other men that, listen, if you really want a woman, you really want a family, you really want this femininity, you can get it from elsewhere. And I don't know, last thing I'm going to say, I don't know who's giving out more smoke, black women or black men. It seems to me like nothing more than crabs in a barrel, dick policing, and angry that some of the crabs are making it out of the barrel. That's what it seems to me. Go ahead.
So
Here's the thing.
Wait a minute. God damn it. Y'all God. Not mine, but damn it anyway. Listen. Big Truck, you capping. Here's why
I'm not capping at all.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I think so. Because there are plenty of men. This is why you capping. Because there are plenty of black men right here in the United States of America that are attractive, that are successful, and are married to black women. They didn't have to go running with their little passport and this money that you claim that they have.
They have it
overseas, right? These motherfuckers go out there with a freaking $99 flight to the Dominican Republic.
Dominican Republic is closer to $400.
Wait a minute. What, round trip? They go
round trip? Yeah. What do you think I'm staying?
They go to Dominican Republic with a couple $100, because I know many who have done it and still do it, with $50 in their pocket and get them a GFE. So what are you talking about? Oh, white men have been doing it forever. White men don't have to.
But no. First of all, right there, that just shows that you don't understand the situation. Jen, hold on, Jen. That just shows that you don't understand the situation. Because number one, right now, the majority of black men. Well, let me just. Okay, fine. I'll let you talk first. I'll respond later.
Yeah, and you can respond. Okay, so this is what I'm saying, that you're talking about a large demographic of black men that cannot afford to, first of all, cannot afford to have families in this country. That's one. And two, do not command the same respect from women here that they do out there. Those women out there are low maintenance. They are poor. They are desperate.
But wait, hold on. When you say respect, are you talking about the women busting it open on Instagram?
Throw a ring and their vagina on anything with an American passport. Let's keep it 100. Those women are poor and they are desperate. So
not true.
With his stomach sticking out to there, with the receding hairline, if he pulls out $100, he can get him a wife. You're capping. Those women are poor and desperate.
Hey, I'm not.
Okay. Can I respond to that now?
Wait a minute. Are they going out there, right, to get them the baddest bitch in the village? No, they're getting the single mother, like you said, with the 2 kids that needs an American with money, okay? She's the average chick out there, but because she says, yes, puppy, no, puppy, he thinks he got a prize. She's desperate. She's destitute. She's probably a single mother, has to take care of her single mother, okay? Her mama. You're not about to sit up here and act like these motherfuckers go overseas and come back with, you know what I'm saying, Naomi Campbell's and shit.
Are you done?
They come back here with poor women, or they stay out there with poor women. That is what they're going to get. That is what they're going to get.
All right, I can respond now?
Yes.
All right, first of all, pure statistics actually shows that the majority of black men right now are single, unmarried, and childless. That's the majority.
And
Now,
miserable.
as
You
far
said miserable.
I can pull that stat up for you because the Manosphere and Kevin Samuel's been using it for like the last 2 years. So I can pull it up in a minute. I just got to go back to my computer. I'm talking to you on my phone. But anyway, that's number one. Number two, you're conflating the Pookies and Ray Rays who are looking for easy, cheap prostitution with the black men who are actually workers and expatriates who are actually going overseas, regardless whether it's to Colombia or Asia or whatever, and actually getting wives and marrying them. On my, like, I actually know many, not just my uncle, I know many black men, including Tiger Woods' father, who went overseas, met women overseas. Some of them were military, some of them were just expatriates. And they married these women and they wanted a family. Now, more recently, you're seeing more and more men going overseas. I don't know if you know Austin Holloman. He's one of the new people who just did an interview with Kendra G, and now everybody's talking about him. He's not fat. He's not old. He's not bald. He's young, and he's the typical black dude that black women would easily appreciate having, only he doesn't want them. This new generation of Generation Z, they're not marrying, number one. They're disgusted by the behavior of the women, the overly masculine and overly lascivious posturing of women on the internet. And they are more than likely dating outside their race. It's called exogaming. And they are more than likely getting actually married to foreign women, not of their own racial or ethnic group. Now, if you want to conflate the passport bros and SYSBM with people who are just looking for sex tourism, that's on a different level, because the problem is neither one of us has real stats, because none of us know exactly who's leaving the country right now and for what. So that you couldn't even prove that. But the majority of these men now, the situation has gotten so bad that they're actually going and looking for wives. Okay? So there you go. And no, I'm not capping. I mean that.
Yeah, I agree with Rick. You're both right and you're both wrong. It's just that's the way it is. You're both right. It's like a.
I'll take that. I will take that because it's true. We don't have the stats. Like, I just listen again for decades. What I've heard men say, it's cheap pussy. Okay. Now, for some reason, Big Truck hears we going out there for a wife. I've heard from all walks of life, whether the man was attractive or not, there was a group of strippers. All these guys that cut up, they look good. They would go out there for the $20 hookers. They didn't have to, but it was easy peasy, right? $20 hookers, cops, correction officers that I know personally.
I agree with
you.
Oh,
no, okay, wait, Jen. I hear, hold on, one second. Jen, wait, hold on. Jen, I hear exactly what you're saying, but let me just say this. The same, just like white men are the ones who actually wanted to go and find wives, they're disgusted with white men who were doing sex trafficking because those men have ruined the playing field for them by making it so that the women expect more out of the men who are coming looking for wives. That's happening with black SYSBM men too. They don't want Pookie and Ray Ray coming after them. They want Pookie and Ray Ray to stay right here with Keisha and Shaniqua while they go overseas, because if black men go over there and do the same thing, if they go over there for sex tourism, not looking for wives, not looking for serious relationships, all they do is poison the playing field for them too. You can't group all the men into the exact same category.
No, we can't, but I can say this. How do you explain all the black men that are in this country who get respect from their women, who get women to submit, who are happily married, okay, to black women who are financially stable and didn't have to go running to get Maria because, Maria doesn't know how she's going to feed her child for the next 3 weeks. How do you explain the black men that are in this country successfully married, financially stable to black women who didn't have to run out of the country? There are a lot of men that cannot get respect from women in this country because they are not up to par. They're not even in the tax bracket. They do not look good. They are running to other countries to get cheap ass ass that's not going to talk back because the women are poor and destitute. They are not going out there to get supermodels and executives. Those women are poor.
But they're not aiming at the top 1%. And listen, I can answer that question. It's a generational thing. Older black couples that actually grew up in the church minus social media, those are the ones who are probably more likely to be married and have lasting marriages. See, the thing that you're leaving out is age brackets. This new generation, Generation Z, is not married. Millennials mostly are divorcing. They're not even staying married. So what you're leaving out is you're leaving out the generation gap. You're leaving out age brackets. Older black couples who grew up, they went to church, they met each other in church, they met each other in school, they married, they stayed married. Many of them, not all of them. But these newer generations, as you go down towards millennials and the economics change, divorce is more likely to happen. Single motherhood is more likely to happen. If you look at the grandparents, it was unheard of to be a single mother because either they take the child from you and send it somewhere, or you were cursed in that entire neighborhood, or you were completely chastised. Now, single motherhood is common, which is one of the major complaints with the manosphere in general. I'm not including Pookie and Ray Rays, but I'm saying that's a major complaint. Then there's the social media aspect. These men do not respect women who are showing themselves off on the internet all the time and then getting dick pics sent to them in their DMs by other guys, or cheating on them, or leaving them and taking child support money. What you're leaving out is the generation. Go ahead.
I think you know what, but I think it's bullshit on both sides, because a lot of those men, again, the women do not respect. They don't make enough money. They're crying about paying for dates. Okay, they're not attractive. They don't go to the gym. Okay, they are embarrassing to be with. I see a lot of these guys talking about going to another country to get women, and they are undesirable. So you are also leaving that out as well, that they can't successfully.
Hold up, Jen. I think.
Wait a minute, Damien. I'll throw it to you. Wait a minute, Damien. Let me just finish my point, and I'll throw it to you.
Okay.
So you have to think about that. If these incels, okay, because a lot of them who have channels, a couple of them that you mentioned, Big Truck, are hideous looking men. I have seen them.
Is Austin Holloman hideous? Is Austin Holloman hideous?
Say again?
Is Austin Holloman, that new guy, is he hideous?
I don't know who that is.
Go look him up right now. You got a computer?
So you're talking, one guy is attractive in
I can keep going. I got photos.
Ugly motherfuckers that are camming up complaining about women.
Well, hold on. Just because you think that they're ugly, that's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
It is irrelevant. You're just one woman.
It's not irrelevant because there's no woman that would say Michael B. Jordan is unattractive.
And Michael B. Jordan tried to marry this chick and she turned him down. What's your point?
But he's still attractive. He's still fine as fuck.
So what you're telling me is that black women don't want to get married.
We do not know why they broke up.
Yeah, but what you're telling me is that even when a black woman had the apex black man action star and he wanted to get married, she doesn't. So a lot of the manosphere...
We don't know if that's why they broke up.
A lot of the manosphere is complaining that women in general are turning men down for marriage.
We do not know. Let me just state this for the record. For all the manosphere people who are beating off to Michael B. Jordan and Lori Harvey, neither of them released a statement of why they broke up. Motherfuckers are running with it. He wanted to marry her, and she didn't want to. None of you motherfuckers know. Are y'all?
So why'd you bring his name up?
Because he is attractive. There's mainstream attractive, okay? Where everybody thinks that person is attractive. So you can't say, oh, because you don't think he's attractive is irrelevant. It is not irrelevant. It is.
So hold on. So hold on. So Michael B. Jordan had a black woman. Hold on.
Jordan is mainstream attractive.
But did you see who he's with now? Hold on. Did you see who he's with now?
The manosphere men.
Did you see who he's with now?
I have not seen one attractive manosphere man.
Here's a question. Have you seen who Michael B. Jordan is with now?
Yes. They are.
Have you seen who Michael B. Jordan is with now?
They are unattractive in personality.
Have you seen who Michael B. Jordan is with now?
Let's talk about manosphere.
Have you seen who Michael B. Jordan is with now?
Can you just say who he's with?
I'm not going to be fucking
Who's he with?
Who is he with?
It doesn't matter who Michael B. Jordan is with. My point is that motherfucker is fine.
My point is he's with a white woman.
And all women think so, period. He is fine. That is my point. My point about the manosphere is all them motherfuckers are beat in the face.
Not everybody. Not everybody, Jen.
You want to bring up they're all ugly.
Not everybody.
One guy, this new guy. You want to bring up one guy who happens to be fine. One guy.
I didn't bring him up. You did.
Oh, I don't know that guy. You just brought him up. Aurora, whatever the fuck you said.
No. You brought up Michael B. Jordan, and he's a perfect example. Things didn't work out with a black woman, so Michael B. Jordan's with a white woman now.
Now you're conflating. The only reason I brought up Michael B. Jordan is because I said the manosphere dudes are ugly. They're ugly dudes.
Are you trying to get me to agree that they're ugly?
I walked in to a restaurant with any of the manosphere dudes that you fucking mentioned, I'd be embarrassed. They're ugly. That is a fact. So you said to me, oh, well, just because you don't think they're attractive is irrelevant. And I said there's mainstream attraction. That's why I said Michael B. Jordan is mainstream attractive. You can't deny when someone is mainstream attractive. None of the manosphere dudes are mainstream attractive. That's what drove them to YouTube.
Wait, who decided that?
They were constantly getting rejected. Ugly people get rejected. What you mean who decided that? Society.
No. First of all, you can't use the word ugly and then call it a fact. That's an opinion.
Society.
That's an opinion.
No, it's not an opinion.
You can get a consensus.
No, it's not an opinion.
That's an opinion.
It is not an opinion.
Precious is ugly. Okay,
the word is subjective. That's an opinion.
Any of the manosphere dudes that you brought up, put him in a room, strip him down to his underwear, I promise you that opinion will be universal. Any of those manosphere men that you brought up, put them in a room, strip them down to their boxes. I guarantee 50 women in that room would be like, oh, okay.
So we're going to say that Halle Berry isn't a beautiful woman?
Right.
Come
No,
on,
we can't
man.
say that. No, we can't say Halle.
We can't say that. We can't. Come on. Let's. I mean, we can have opinions. We can have opinions, but if something smells like shit, it smells like shit. Okay, like
now there's no such thing as attractive and ugly. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's called subjective.
No, it's not subjective. No, it's not.
I'll tell you what the real problem is. The real problem, the reason why
baby,
people...
you're beautiful, baby. No, the fuck no. Some people are ugly. Don't give me that.
All right, so can we agree that it's a step up for the desperate, destitute Maria, who he brings back and marries? Can we agree it's a step up?
What you mean?
When one of these passport bros goes and marries a foreign chick who normally is so poor that she doesn't even have clean running water and she's got dirty feet and a roof that flies off when it snows or rains. Can we agree that this is a step up?
It's a come up.
Yes, it's a come up. Yes, it is.
Yeah. So why would you be disappointed and she's getting a come up?
I'm not disappointed that she's getting a come up. I'm calling a spade a spade.
So then you should be happy for Maria and you should be happy for Jasmine and Jamila.
Well, I'm neutral. I'm not get your back.
No. Don't be neutral. Be happy for them that they've got a dude who had enough money to get them out of their poor situation.
This is why I'm not happy. You know why? You know why I'm not happy? And I'm neutral? Because 9 times out of 10, she's riding a man that she finds repulsive. But it's more important for her to get a fucking green card and running water. That's why I'm not happy for her. Because 9 times out of 10, if that man didn't fly in from America to save her with his $50, okay, she would not be fucking with him. You really think Maria, her preference would be that dude that's coming from America with the gut and the receding hairline with his $50? You really think that would be Maria's preference?
I want to ask you a question.
Well, understand something. If she doesn't get that guy with the gut and the receding hairline, her only option is to be a single mom in her own country.
Let me jump in here real quick.
Let Damien say something.
Okay. No, I'm just curious because I'm seeing both points. This is
no. All I said is that her only other option is to become a single mom in her own country by a dude that looks just like her.
So you
Right.
admit she's desperate. She needs a baby daddy. She needs a passport.
Everybody's desperate.
No, sir. No,
Nah,
sir.
everybody ain't desperate.
Everybody.
Yeah, that's why they called it to Kevin Samuels for 3 years in a row. Them women were desperate.
Oh wait, our white boy is back. But go ahead, Damien.
Oh,
No. All I'm saying is just like I said, I understand what both of you are talking about the men using women out of the country for sexual tourism and stuff like that. I was in the military, and I won't say what country, but there's countries where you can go and you can get a girlfriend for a week. You be like, I need somebody to cook, clean, blow me, and fold my drawers and wash my drawers and stuff like that. You can get a girl for like a whole week. And just because the situation was so bad. But to go back to what Big Truck was saying, I hear maybe the women out there, if they tried I need the attractive guy that or whatever, and they, like you said, they may have gotten pregnant by him, he may have left or whatever, and maybe they just did a paradigm shift where they shift their priorities, where it's not about, okay, I need the attractive, physically attractive man. I need somebody who has the ability to take care of me. Maybe that is the attraction, not just, you know what, that dude looks good, but naked. It's like, well, I need a dude that's gonna like help me provide what I need to for survival, like for my kids, for my family and stuff like that. And because of that, I find that attractive enough to where I'm willing to sacrifice the superficial, how the person physically looks, because those other things have become the priority, as opposed to, I don't need the six pack. I need the guy with the job that helps my family like eat and survive and stuff like that. And that's the sacrifice I'm willing to get. And they do it wholeheartedly. I think what's happening is like, you think if women just come in, they're just like, oh, here come that fat American. I need to just go on and climb on top. These women do it wholeheartedly. When I was in the military, another story is like, I was in the medical field, and I would see these women. They were like, they were with these 70, 80-year-old dudes, and they were like maybe 40s. That means they got with them probably when they were like in their early 20s. And these women are rinsing out these men's underwear in the sink and waving them and wiping them down, just doing all that stuff. And they were happy to do it because of the fact that they have a life, and their kids have a life, and their family have access to resources that they never would have had. And they're happy to do it. I think what you're doing, you feel like they have to be in the victim Olympics, just have to be taken advantage of. No, some people really do decide this is what it's valuable to me. Physical, aesthetic beauty is not as important as long-term access to resources and comfort. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, Jen doesn't want to hear about that because the guy is happy.
And the woman may be happy too.
Wait, super chat break. Thank you, Don Levant, for the fucking super chat. He says a guy in the U.S. makes $90,000 and 5'10" is a loser, according to Black women in the U.S. In Brazil, they are balling and regular height. Perspective. I agree 100%. I also like this comment. Is Biggie attractive? Is Biggie Smalls attractive?
No.
Truck. According to Big Truck.
But hold on.
That's what most of the manosphere motherfuckers look like. They look like trolls.
Jen, is he attractive or is he good looking? There's a difference. Attractive could be swag, attitude, and bravado. Right. That can be attractive. Right. Biggie Truck had Faith Evans. Before he got super famous, he was with Faith Evans. She married his fat ass because she said he was the smoothest, nicest, like coolest dude that she met. And that's why she married him. Like,
yo, Biggie bagged the baddest chick in South Philly.
Well, Jen, hold on. Jen used the word attractive. How many women were trying to sleep with Biggie and have children?
He had money.
A lot.
They were desperate. He had money.
The answer was he was attractive.
Like, I know a lot of cats that don't have money and aren't aesthetically good looking, but can get women just on a simple mere fact that they have. I don't want to call it game, but I say they have charisma. They have a lot of them. That's the word, charisma. I was looking at it somewhere, bro, floating around in the watermelon.
Dude, if you can play a piano, women will fall all over you.
That is true, but you tell me please direct me to the source. Which one of these manosphere motherfuckers, other than Kevin Samuels, had any kind of charisma?
Well, hold on. You were hating on Kevin Samuels. You said he wasn't attractive a while ago.
Not to me.
That's why it's called subjective.
No, listen to me. Not to me, but I understand why women saw him attractive. That is the difference. He wasn't attractive to me, a little too feminine for my taste.
No, I understand. That's called subjective.
Wait a minute, but no, it's not subjective. This is not subjective because he had all the bells and whistles. Aesthetically, he had that attractive thing and he had charisma. I just don't like that type of personality. The manosphere dudes do not have fucking charisma. They have bitterness, they have anger, they're spitting at their screen, they're sweaty, their fucking hairline is fucked up. They are not attractive. But if they go to DR with $40, they become Michael B. Jordan. Because my roof is broken, Papi. They become Michael B. Jordan.
That's a good thing.
Look, man, this is a discussion. This is a discussion pertaining to leverage.
So much for the kids in schools.
This is a leverage discussion. You know what I mean? Piggybacking off of what Damien just said. I mean, I think that a lot of guys, you know what I mean, one of the reasons why they are frustrated with what's going on, you know what I mean, in our society right now in terms with the women is that a lot of women just have more options. They don't have the leverage that, you know what I mean, men had, you know what I mean, 20 or 30 years ago. As opposed to if you actually can go to another area in the world where, you know what I mean, the economic disparity is completely different. And he's going over there. He's, you know what I mean, in a better situation resource-wise. He can actually, you know what I mean, find a woman who doesn't necessarily have the same degree of options, and he can actually have leverage in that situation. Everything in life is about leverage, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like attractive is, like you said, it's very subjective, and I think what it is, you might be judging everybody with your yardstick, and it's just like what's attractive to a woman who is in a situation is the possibility of getting out of that situation.
But I said that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying it's just like so. But you're saying it like she's doing it begrudgingly, and she's in her mind wishing that, oh my God, I got to climb on this big fat dude. That may not even be a consideration. That may not even be in her mind where she's like, I'm hating the fact
this is a sick Negro.
I'll say this. I will say this. And I don't give a damn about a statistic. And then we got to let Juana speak because he did come back up. But I will say this, and I don't give a damn about a statistic. If you are going to a poor country, 9 times out of fucking 10, through my lens, if you like, that woman does not want to climb on that fucking man. She needs to. She needs to. Now, if you're talking about, oh, they're just going to Colombia, right? And they're dealing with women who are in the same tax bracket as them, and those women are attractive, and those women are climbing on them, then we have a conversation. Now we talking, gentlemen. If they were to go to these countries and these women had jobs and they had fucking running water and their mothers weren't sick and they weren't single mothers and they want to climb on that nasty fat manosphere dude, we have a conversation.
Jen, women are hypergamous and men are hypogamous. So no, we don't have that. That's a feminist trait. We're not going for it. We want women who are less than we are.
Okay, even less, fine. Less is fine. But y'all going up, not y'all, I'm just saying in general, these motherfuckers are going dirt poor.
Exactly. The dirtier and the poorer, the better.
Thank you. I'm glad you admitted it.
I mean, well,
dirty feet, no running water in her entire village, and her roof flies off.
Just happy to be sleeping in
essentially, I
the
was
bed.
correct. So essentially, I was correct is what I just said.
Wait, let you want to speak. Super chat break. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rick, for the super chat. He says, before I was married, mid-10s, dating was cool.
2010.
Dating was cool. After 2020, it got real iffy. Everything got fucking iffy after 2020. Let Juana speak because she did.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I was wild.
He's a whole fool for that.
Big Chuck is gonna get cut by the time this is over. Juana, what do you have to say? Joanna, you there? Joanna, you just left me a message, said you wanted to say something.
Joanna got her a drink. She's like, I need a drink. Listen to your food.
She probably figured I was gonna keep going, and she left for a second.
Joanna,
Jen, how do you feel about that fight, man?
what fight?
What fight?
What, the airport?
The big husky, yeah.
Oh, I forget. I spoke all about that. I said I felt he was at fault.
Of course.
Incident.
I think there was a whole lot of wrongdoing there.
Of course. A man should not be jumping up in a woman's face like that and then saying, don't get in my face. Don't get in my face. Don't get in my face.
Do you know how it started?
That's what I'm saying. They ain't show the beginning. It just starts.
The beginning doesn't matter. He is a man who could have, he kept charging her. She was belligerent. You worked there. There is policy, okay?
So what about when she sucker punched him as soon as she had the other dude between them?
That was a patented move. I seen 1,000 chicks do that. Huh? That's a patented move.
Yeah, but you know, they're
yeah, but she sucker punched him.
Listen, what did she do to him?
She sucker punched him. That's called assault.
The melodrama. Now you trolling, Big Truck.
I'm not trolling. That's what happened.
She barely touched him. Let me play this video again.
First of all, you don't know how it started. Number two, she put her hands on him first. She sucker punched him.
Hey, Jen, you want to hear what I do in situations like that? When women go off on me in stores?
Barely touch him.
Watch this. I've had that happen.
Don't touch me ever in your life. You touch me first, and then you got in my face. Don't ever invade my personal space.
Get out of my bag!
No, I'm not.
You fucking faggot!
I'm here.
You fucking
I'm here.
fucking jabbing me,
I'm
more
here.
jabbing ass
You're
bitch!
touching me again.
You're fucking
You're touching me again.
Get the fuck out of
You're
my face,
touching me
bitch!
again.
It's all
You're
on
touching
camera,
me. It
sweetheart.
surely is.
You touched me.
But you in my personal space. You're in my personal space. You're in my personal space. Stay out of my personal space. She's touching me. She's touching me. And I'm telling you, don't put, she can't put her hands on me.
Okay, stop it! Hey!
Don't you ever put your hands on me. No, get the fuck everybody back off from me. This bitch
fight that woman, man. No, watch out, man. You ain't gonna fight that woman, bro. You're not gonna fight that woman.
You got the wrong person.
Don't fight that woman, bro.
You got the wrong person. You bitches put my hands on me.
Hey, relax.
Relax. I fight whoever. I fight whoever.
Take a deep breath.
Put your hands on me. I fight whoever. Put your hands. I fight whoever. I fight whoever. Knock your bitch ass out. Knock me out. Knock me out. Knock me out.
It's okay.
Knock me out. You saw what she did.
Again.
White Knight showed up and everything.
Again,
There's a lot of shit.
Barely touched. All the men there were doing the right thing. Calm your fat ass down and relax. You cannot tell someone you're in my personal space if you are charging and charging. You cannot.
He's a bitch for that one.
That is
We don't know. First of all, you don't know how it started.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, man. Yo, check it out.
Trucker said, I don't care.
Listen, at the point.
It doesn't matter how it started. You kept being the aggressor. She's backing up. He's going forward. You're in my personal space. That is why he's suspended today.
Hey, Jen, watch this. Watch this. You know why? Yo, no matter what happened before that, right? When you started that video, they were not fighting. He had 10 chances to defuse that situation. I've had to walk away from dozens of screaming black women. It is so fucking easy. Right. I had to do that to my own daughters.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I have a new trick that I wanted to tell you about.
Keep it short because Joanna's back.
What I do is when a woman is going off from, if it's in a store, what I do is I say, okay, bitch, stay right here. I got something for your ass. And then I just get on the bus or something. And everybody in the store is scared, and who knows what happens after that. I don't really do nothing. I just leave.
Very nice.
Very fun.
Jen, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Joanna. Y'all not leaving me here all night with this madness.
I had to join it. It was too funny.
ahead, Joanna.
Oh shit.
All right. Can everybody hear the sound of my voice?
We
Okay.
can.
Sounded sexy over there.
Well, it's late over here. I'm in the bed,
Oh, you
but
talking back shit? Oh, hold up. What's going on here?
You walk right into that.
I gotta wrap up.
Did we turn this into
Let's
a
go,
goddamn
Reese.
now see, Jen. Soon as I've been gone
sex
so long,
hotline
and
and
now you
shit?
wanna. Can I speak?
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
As soon as I get on, now you talking about you got to wrap up, and y'all been going and going and going.
No, go ahead. Take your time. Take your time, Joanna.
Thank you. Since the conversation was just so focused on men-women issues, I'm just gonna go ahead and speak for this, and I hope you all take this with a grain of salt, because I am extremely conservative, and I have extremely conservative views about men and women. But I will say this: with all things being equal, if the woman does not need a particular man who has a gut and a receding hairline and comes down there to the Bahamas or Brazil or wherever, go to Africa and get a woman with a plate in her lip, all things being equal, if she doesn't need him, she's probably not going to choose him. And that's okay. That's okay. Okay, guys? She's not going to choose him. So Jen has a point. They're choosing out of their necessity because, like you all agree, women are hypergamous. So she's not choosing based on necessarily love, although you can fall in love with someone who helps you, who's helping to take care of your children, who keeps the light on and clean water and things of that nature out of necessity. Yes, she's going to choose you, but if you're all equal, then you'll know when things are real. Damien, I can see your photo. You're very attractive. You will not have to go all the way to South America to find a woman and take on her 2 kids. You understand? I know you're married for 15, 16 years, but my point is you're attractive. And for you to pretend as if attractiveness doesn't matter is disingenuous. Now, with that being said, I would like to get back to the original topic, sort of. It was about racial bias.
Yes.
And it kind of bled over to some other conversations that I really want to pinpoint before I let you all go. Some things were said when the gentleman came on and he was talking about white Jesus. Some things were
He's right next to you in the box.
some things were said, and I just want to comment on some of those things. No, I do not have at my fingertips the sites and the resources to back it up, but I think we all know that people who look like us, people with darker skin pigmentation, have been around for millions of years. We all agree on that. We all agree that the original oldest fossils or bones were found in Africa. If we all agree on that from millions of years ago, people who look like that gentleman who claims that he is white, he's only been around for about 6,000 years. Okay, so that means we've been here longer. So that what I'm getting at is that majority of the atrocities that have been put upon on the human race has been committed by people who look like us, with people with darker pigmentation, people who have ruled the world. We like to talk about ancient Africans. We like to talk about the Egyptians, and we would all agree that those people were dark-skinned people. And we all agree that they enslaved people. Well, who are they enslaving? We taught them this. So to my point, to say that the so-called white man has been going around forever and enslaving and brutalizing people is a myth that black people have been taking on. I call it victim Olympics. We don't like to talk about these painful things. We don't like to talk about our people have been committing atrocities for millennia against ourselves and against other people. And it's documented. You can read the books about it. All you have to do is do a quick little Google search, and you'll know that black people were the first people to enslave anybody. So I really don't appreciate the conversations about pointing the finger, because in every culture there's a degeneracy. In every culture you can find some evil. People have been enslaving and mistreating people forever. The so-called Native Americans that were here on our landmass. If you are here, if everyone I'm speaking to is from United States, those people are people of color. Those people were committing all kinds of atrocities against their own people and whomever else came over there before, the white man finally got it together and put them in chains and put them in slavery and took their land and brutalized them and hacked their kids up and hung them and burned them alive. So I really don't, again, hear me well. I'm very conservative, and I was raised by a single black man, so I have a level of stoicism to my nature that people would probably say is a lot of masculine energy. I don't get emotional about people like the gentleman who came on, but I will correct him in saying that scripturally, Jesus was not a so-called white man. But other than that, I didn't find a lie. So I'm willing to be the so-called black sheep here. I didn't find a lie in the things that he was saying about so-called black people in America. It's just gotten outrageous. Eventually, there will be a civil war. It will be a class war, because the people who are committing so many atrocities. Last week, a 6-year-old young girl was shot 6 times. She's in the hospital. Almost a month before that, a young black man assaulted a police officer in a train in New York City into a fight. A black woman killed 2 of her children 4 days ago over a custody battle. A so-called black man killed his 6 children's mother, and it just goes on, and for us to sit here and pretend. This is what really strikes me, and it's painful to me for us to sit here and pretend that we are some kind of sacred cow and that we never harm anybody, and that because of the racial divide and the things that our ancestors experienced on this continent, is the reason why we can, say whatever we want to say. To me, is asinine. I don't agree with it. I don't think it helps us to keep speaking that way and believing that way. Of course, you can believe the way you want to believe, but it doesn't help us as a people. It is a class issue. The Pookies and the Ray Rays and the Shaniquas and the Shananes, they are not me. Those are not my people. And see, we want to lump all of us into the same category. I don't look at Haran and Jen and Big Truck and Damien the same way as I do as I said, and Reese. I think it's Reese. I don't. He's traveled the world, speaks different languages. He can teach us a lot. I don't look at you all the same way, but it's something about us on this panel. We claim all these degenerates among us. White people don't do that. They don't claim their degeneracy and prop them up as if to say, they're the best. They don't claim they're Jeffrey Dahmers, and they don't claim, I just don't like that conversation, and I would like for us to speak a little more about that. Something that is really hurting our country, our culture. I would really like us to dive into that and speak honestly and truthfully about those things, because there's going to be a civil war amongst us so-called black people.
No.
There really is. It's coming to that. Okay.
No.
All right, Jen. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Joanna. So
Joanna.
Joanna coming through with the black on black crime.
Hey.
Joanna,
Can I just say one thing?
what about the black on black crime?
The
So
woman
I
is predicting war.
really quickly, I want to say this before, so I know you guys probably want to jump in, so I'm going to pass the mic. I vehemently disagree with Joanna. Also, the white people may not claim they're degenerates. That's because they all work together. The white degenerates work together. I refuse, especially in this country, if what you're saying was right, I don't think our government would be disproportionately white. And it would be since black people and brown people have also been violent, and they're not. And I don't think black and brown people are sacred cows, right? I think there's a lot of degeneracy, you know what I mean, in all races and ethnicities. But, you know, it wouldn't be so disproportionately white. Obviously, white people, some way, somehow, got the upper hand on these, you know, black and brown folks that are just as vitriolic and evil and what have you. So I completely disagree with that. I appreciate your opinion, but I completely disagree. These white people are degenerative and degenerates in other categories. Maybe they're not twerking on a car, but best believe they are sick individuals. I've seen it. I've heard it. There are documentaries on it, and they don't turn their backs on each other because they all work together. Epstein Island, for instance, right? Until they got out of hand and you know, the information leaked. But these people are they work as a unit. They're degenerates as a unit. So yeah, it's not, you know, it's just that we're always put on the forefront. I hate the twerking. I hate, you know what I mean, the asses out on there. I hate the rap music, the hip hop music. It's absolutely horrible. I hate that every show on TV that's #1 in black households is something that 50 Cent did, and to shoot 'em up, bang, bang, and cocaine and shit like that. I hate that too. But who's putting that out? It is not us.
Who's consuming it? Who's consuming it?
We consume whatever they put out, but it is not us.
Who's making us consume it? If I put out a plate of shit and put it on a pretty plate, are you gonna eat it?
But I'm not gonna eat it. But now we're going into a conditioning, like 400 or 500 years of conditioning. We can't sweep that under the rug.
We can. Yeah, we can sweep that in the rug. We can sweep it on the rug and move the heck on.
Hold on a second.
Because I wish we could, but as a people, as a collective, it is impossible.
No one on this panel has ever been through Jim Crow or has ever been a slave.
That's why we don't act that way. That's why I'm not twerking on a
No,
car.
but we do act as a collective. We do act that way, Jen. We do act that way as a collective. If you're gonna claim all these people and say we're people of color, you're putting yourself in that mix.
No. I've never claimed all people of color. I don't even claim all Puerto Ricans. I stand for me. That's why I tell people when they say, "Oh, what if I talk about Puerto Ricans?" Talk about them. I represent me. I don't represent the entire Puerto Rican community.
Okay, so then it's okay to point out the fact that there's a degeneracy among the culture that is not you, but when other people are outside of our particular culture are pointing out that the majority of the people are up front on Front Street are degenerates, they're not lying.
Right, but
that's not you.
Right, but it's not for this white boy on the panel to say, unless he is going to address the degeneracy in his community, the fucking meth, the bestiality, the pedophilia, all the stuff that they do, the corrupt government.
He should address it, but that does not negate the fact that there is a problem with the so-called POC. There's a problem with people who call themselves black. There's a problem with African Americans. There's a problem here.
I'll pass the mic because
I'll say something real quick. Firstly, I for one I agree with a number of things she's saying, but I also disagree. No, I'm not a supporter of degeneracy. As a matter of fact, one of the few people on Jen's panel who often say that most of these people need to die on the vine. Okay, I believe totally that they are cancer to our society. Our black society. They hold this back on a number of levels. And one of the things I often discuss is that one of the main things that we don't do as a community. We do not spend our resources and time on supporting young black intellectuals. Blacks, young black men who have particular intellectual skills, you know what I mean, that can be, you know what I mean, that can lead to STEM opportunities and so on and so forth. We don't spend enough time on grooming them and supporting them.
Thank
spend
you.
more time on those who have a physical prowess, who have the opportunity to get into sports and entertainment, because we
Thank you.
believe that we dominate in those areas, and we are not very confident in areas that require a degree of require a high degree of intellect. So it's a culture that is very supportive of anti-intellectualism. I've said this hundreds of times, you know what I mean, on numbers of panels. They, you know, people, you know, they don't want to discuss it, of course, because it's very uncomfortable. And yes, Joanna, you are correct. We do not discuss often that blacks we sold, you know what I mean, ourselves into slavery, essentially. The Muslims, as a matter of fact. We don't talk about how the Muslims sold us into slavery. You know, I mean, with the narrative is that, you know, the white man, you know, he jumped off a boat and he just snatched up some niggas and threw them in the back of a car and he just left. Like, that's not how it went. You know what I mean? There were deals made.
Thank you.
Well, hold on. Okay. I'm sorry. I got to jump in this because, you know, I've heard people use that narrative a lot of time. Well, black people are slaves, black people sold in slaves, blah blah blah, and you know, the difference is the acknowledgement of the atrocity. How America approaches the acknowledgement of atrocity, and how that atrocity still permeates itself in so many different factors of American society and Black society. You go to Germany. I've been to Germany. They have Nazi museums. They talk about it repeatedly. You can ask a third grader, tell me about the Holocaust, and they will be able to recite significantly more about the Holocaust than anybody did college people know about slavery in America. It's because they acknowledge the atrocity. They feel bad about the atrocity, and they do things to make sure it never happens again. And they let those people know that we are not the same people. We have taken steps to show that Germans aren't Nazis. We are Germans. So if Jewish people have no hesitation, there's no monuments to the Holocaust, to Nazism in Germany, because that wasn't. They feel that is a negative mark on their society as a whole. There's a difference in the United States. You telling me that that a statue of Jefferson Davis doesn't do something to somebody's mind? That school that you go to as a black person.
Is that a rhetorical question? Can I answer your question?
You can let me finish my statement.
May I answer your question?
As soon as
Is that just a rhetorical?
As soon as I'm done with the statement, as soon as I'm done, you're more than well going to do that. All I'm saying is, like, it's just so hard to believe that people are just so obtuse that they don't think that things permeate from what's called realistically. They making it seem like my mother, 73 years old, picked cotton when she was a child. So there was still the remnants of it, and she talked about it repeatedly. Her and her sisters talked about it when we go to family reunions and stuff like that, the bloody hands and stuff like that, and things like that. And that was a remnant of slavery. So they had a different perspective on how people that black people, the black people interacted with society, and they bring that down to their children. Their children, yes, we have the opportunity to kind of get out of those situations and learn things, but it still permeates. It still permeates in the way the prison industrial complex, the way black people view themselves. Black people did not, the war on drugs. I mean, if y'all trying to sit there and make it seem like, oh, we play the victim Olympics and we do this kind of stuff like that, yeah, don't get me wrong. If all you're doing is sitting on your ass, playing PlayStation, complaining about the white man, I got no love for you. But if you were telling me that if my name is Joanna and I put my name on a job application versus a whatever was a white name, Brittany, there is a chance that Brittany might have more access to that job or have a chance at that job than Joanna does. If you telling me shit like that don't exist, you are just out of it. And I'm
No
sorry.
one's
I
telling
have to
you
say
that.
something.
Can I
No
respond?
one's telling you that.
Please do. I want to hear what crazy shit you got to say now.
Okay, that was a lot to unpack. Jen, I hope you allow me the time. This is an excellent discussion that I'm more than happy to have.
Hey.
Damien, my dad is 75 years old.
From Mississippi?
And he's from Arkansas.
Pick some cotton, probably.
I'm going right there with you so that you can see that I'm not too far off the mark from where you are before you consider me a crazy alien. My father picked cotton as a child, and as likewise did his father. They went on to buy land near the place where they picked cotton. My father went on to become an entrepreneur and ran his own business since he was 23 years old. I'm now an entrepreneur. My father never talked to me about racism. He never spoke the words of white supremacy or about the white man. He never complained. He never explained. He never told me about any atrocities. I went to school and came home and told my father that they were teaching me about slavery and about poor black people. And I asked him about it, and he said, "Well, we were never poor. We owned our own land, and we worked our own land." And so this is why I spoke about it's more of a class issue, because alongside of poor blacks, there were well-to-do blacks. Everyone didn't have the same experience. And this is why I was speaking to Jen about and praising her for saying about her individual experiences and my individual experiences and your individual experiences, and how it's important that we don't lump each other all in to the same pot. Because I don't look at you, Damien, as some of the degeneracy that I see and witness and speaking about.
But you don't know my. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You asked me not to. You and Haran asked me not to interrupt you.
You're right. I will refrain.
Because I know it's triggering, and that's why I want to have this conversation. Because we need to have it, okay? And we need to get out of our emotions about what our grandmothers and grandfathers went through, because they sacrificed. They went through something. I didn't have to pick cotton. I never known a hungry day in my life. So it's disingenuous for me to get on this panel and talk about the atrocities that my people have experienced when it's really my father's people, his father's people who experienced it. Not me and Generation X, not the millennials, not Generation X, Y, and Z, LMNOP. That was their war that they fought and that they battled and they came through. As far as, a lot of the things that you spoke about, we all didn't have that same experience. As far as the atrocities that occurred, when we say the white man or white people did these things, we need to clarify the white people that we're speaking about. If you're in the South before 1940 and experienced Jim Crow and all those things, if you experienced discrimination at the voting booth before 1965, there were white people who were trying to prevent so-called black people from doing that. And those white people were Democrats. And see, this is something that we don't want to talk about. The white people during the Civil War that we say, the white people didn't want to keep their slaves. Those white people were Dixiecrats who became Democrats. So we need to make distinctions of who we were talking about. It was the Republicans or conservatives who wanted to free the so-called slaves. And it was Democrats who wanted to keep slavery. And those are the conversations that we need to have, because those are class issues. Those are political issues. You just can't lump everybody all in there together. Are you aware that before 1865, before the black slaves were even freed, there were over 6,000 black millionaires? How could that happen in a racist society, in a racist country that white men dominated? How could a black man be a millionaire on the stock market in 1850? How could a black woman who was a slave become a millionaire in Colorado? How could a black man own over 100 acres of land in the 1600s, and some of them including white people? If it was everything that we were taught, and I hear you, and I hear your pain when you speak about your grandmother teaching you about how her hands bled. But do you understand that there are many other so-called black people whose hands never bled, who didn't experience that? So when you speak about it, speak about your experience and her experience, but that's not all of our experience. And if that's not the entire experience, then we need to talk about that.
How
Some
many of
black
those
people
6,000
experience,
millionaires were able to keep that money and bring
but it's
send it out to
how
give it
many
to their
white people have,
children,
excuse me,
give it
how
to
many
their
white people
children?
who were millionaires and lost it? People win and gain money all the time.
But there's a
My
difference
point is,
between gambling
no,
or
wait a
the stock
minute,
market
Damien.
saving
Hold on,
and
Damien. Don't get in your
positive factors.
feelings.
I'm not. I'm just stating
Please.
a fact.
But you must be in your feelings to interrupt me right now while I'm speaking facts.
But you're
Your
not speaking
experience and
facts.
your grandmother's experience is
That
not
was my
the
mom. That was my
entirety.
mom. That wasn't my grandmother.
Your
I'm getting
mom's
seven.
experience, and I'm 50. I'll be 53 next month. Your mom's experience and your your mom's experience, just like Big Truck, has several properties. He owns a business. He has over 100 employees. He takes his wife out of the country. That's not every black person's experience. But at the
I
same
get
time,
it.
that is a lot of black people's experience
Yeah.
right here in America. While you're talking about your mother's experience, there's somebody else's mother's experience who didn't experience that. So
But
my
I get
point,
you. I get you.
I think you do. I think you do. I don't want to belabor the point.
No,
I don't want to
because
belabor. I'm not trying to.
my current experience is not the normal
I'm
experience.
just saying.
Yeah, go
Jen.
ahead. I don't want
Jen.
this to be a turn into something else. Like
Jen,
I'm trying to
I'm just saying for us to all claim that we were all victims, and that, and about the point, and the point that he made about the monuments that the Germans don't have or did have or whatever. Uh, President Clinton made a public apology for slavery. A lot of people have made public apologies for slavery.
Joanna, let's share the mic because there's a lot of us on here, and you are saying things that people want to respond to.
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick, because I don't want to hog it up either.
Yeah, I don't want it to be disability. I'm sorry about that.
Everybody's making great points. This is just a conversation. Nobody's triggered, right? We're passionate people. But I have to say, Joanna, now you're being disingenuous, because what it sounds like you're talking is like, it's like saying, well, 3 people survived the COVID, so the COVID can't possibly be real. Get up out the bed and stop acting like you're sick, right? When it's a freaking pandemic, you speak as if after Jim Crow was over, racism ended. Systematic racism ended. Bias, prejudice, not being able to get a bank loan. Okay, when there were freed slaves in New York City, they sent them all to Central Park, and then they took the land back.
Redlining.
Similar to what Damien said, Britney Spears is going to get a job over Juana Washington. That's still happening today. They would still try to keep me out of a white neighborhood today. So I think it's disingenuous to say, well, none of us picked cotton or went through Jim Crow. So, just get up off your ass and get on out there and conquer the world. Big Truck's experience, your experience is not everybody's experience. Everybody didn't have a father like I had a father, right? The type of father that I had that made me this way, like pick yourself up. But I'm not about to pretend that 500 years of slavery, then Jim Crow, and systematic racism today, not during Jim Crow, but today, presently, right now. If I go try to get a bank loan, they're going to be like, well, Garcia, that's happening today. So it's disingenuous to think that all those people should rise up just because they abolished slavery, right? All those people should rise up and grow wings, and we're all free now. We should all be millionaires. And when there are systems in place, we just spoke about school. They treat our kids like shit in school. They ticket our black and brown boys first. So how can you say that, well, Jim Crow's not going on, so this degeneracy, we should just ignore it?
I can say that because bank loans are based on your credit, and majority of so-called black people have horrible credit. I can say that you will not. I can say you will not have to face the same those discriminations if you become an entrepreneur, write a book, do something to bring in your own income where you're not dependent. See, most black people in this country are dependent on the same white people that they point their finger at.
You're talking about the symptoms, and you're forgetting there's a whole disease. You're talking about the symptoms, and you're forgetting there's a whole disease going
I'm talking about black people's feelings about things. Their feelings is the disease. Racism has not stopped you. Racism has not stopped you from being able to take care of yourself and be a successful Latina.
No, ma'am.
Racism, ask Haran if racism stopped him from 4 months ago getting the raise or promotion that he has.
No.
Ask Big Truck if racism has stopped him at any point.
Me either, but we can't be so ignorant. They're like, well, it didn't stop me. You know, everybody else should be as strong as me.
But that's the point. Racism doesn't stop anything.
Like some people
It may have stopped some people. It may have stopped some people, but racism does not have to stop you. Racism.
Joanna, let me ask you this question. How do you explain people that were able to afford to live on inside Trump properties, okay? And they threw away their applications. They could afford it. Now, you're saying black people have bad credit, the majority, right? But those people could afford to live in those properties, yet they were getting written off. They were getting written off.
You say they were able to afford it, or were not able to afford it?
Able to afford to move into those properties. And Trump and his people,
they put a C on the top of their application.
If it's just that you have to have determinism, because I agree with you. I'm all
if
about
if you're asking me if racism doesn't exist, I'll say that yes, there are people who will discriminate against you because of your culture or your skin color. But my point is, those people who could afford to get into a Trump property and were denied, go get another property where you're not denied.
Okay, but then you can't act like there are things in place that hold people of color back. I am with you. I loathe degeneracy. I said I went through the list, the music.
It's not holding anybody back, Jen. That's my point.
I didn't say it was holding people back. We're all free. We're all free. But you're forgetting about mental slavery. You're forgetting about the chains around people's minds. Of course, it's not holding us back. We're not shackled. We're no longer shackled.
Well, I do understand a certain mental slavery, because it's been proven that if you tie an animal to a pole with a chain around its leg long enough, even once you take it off after a long period of time, they'll still mentally believe that they can't move forward. But see, I want to encourage our people that we're a great people and that we can take the mental shackles off to say that we're not in slavery any longer. Jim Crow does no longer exist. If you get
Jen,
your credit,
a very quick question, Juana, because hold on, let me ask a very quick question.
It's Joanna.
What would you say about those children who were openly discriminated against by those Muppet characters who openly basically showed them that they weren't going to hug them or touch them or do anything like that? What would you say about them?
That's a great question. That's a wonderful question.
But do me a favor, answer it really quickly, because I know everybody's starting to get tired. So answer it real quick.
I think that every person has a right to their feelings, and everybody is entitled to a situation at that time, and we don't know the whole story behind that.
No, we know the
But
story. We saw it on video. My question is, what would you
but
say
see, when you
about those
watch
kids
something on
who were up?
video,
No,
you're not.
hold on. No, because here's the problem. The issue is ultimately those kids don't have those self-determinations because they're children. They're being discriminated against just like these children in these schools. So what you're talking about is a whole nother topic than what we were actually talking about. We're talking about children who may not be able to fight back
You
immediately.
asked me a
We're talking
question, you
about
didn't,
children
and you
who
wouldn't let
may.
me respond.
Also, no. See, here's the thing. You're taking us way off topic. If you want to do this as a topic and you want to do it on your channel, that's a good idea. But right now, we're going way off topic on the
You asked me a
500-year slavery
question.
shit.
You
So
asked me a
my thing
question.
is, as far as these kids had parents that were gonna have to fight back for them because the parents could see that their kids are getting
You asked
discriminated
me a
against.
question,
But
Big Truck.
no. Well, okay, maybe I meant it as
No, no,
rhetorical.
no, no,
These
no. You
parents,
didn't ask
yeah,
me a
well, okay,
question.
I'm sorry, it was rhetorical.
You don't
The
have to
parents
apologize.
saw,
I'm willing to.
no,
It's
I
a
don't
conversation
apologize.
I'm willing to have.
Hold on. The parents saw that their kids are getting discriminated against
It's a
openly.
conversation that I'm
If
willing to
they're in
have.
school, they may or may not see that their children are being discriminated against. So
It's a
no,
conversation that I'm willing.
self-determination and all that stuff does not factor into this at all.
You can filibuster me all you want, but
Thank you,
still,
I
it's a
will. So
conversation.
anyway, self-determination does not factor into this because those are children you're dealing with.
Yes, they are precious children that we're dealing with. However, the parents may not be precious. If you went to that, if you did your
No, we're
research,
not talking about the parents. We're talking about people who are paid to do a job and they're not doing it.
Big Truck, calm down.
Let me say
If
something.
you go to the mother of those children at the park.
Wait, pass the mic, Joanna, because now you're
Yes,
being
ma'am.
long-winded. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
To speak. I do agree with Big Truck in. Here's the thing. I understand what you're saying, Joanna. The degeneracy, the adults, blah blah blah. But I think you keep making excuses, right? Let's say in my situation with my grandson, I don't like the language being used. I go in there. You just said, well, what if their parents are blah blah blah? I am not, right? I am not, right? So when you talk about adults, how does a child growing up in one of those degenerative neighborhoods, right, gets treated unfairly by white people constantly? We talking about kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, because his parents can't afford to leave the neighborhood. They could be decent human beings. They could be doing what they can. They could be working second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade, third grade, right? All the way through high school, right? Are you going to say you should just have self-determinism because Jim Crow, you didn't grow up in Jim Crow? Like, you're ignoring conditioning. You're ignoring racial bias. You're ignoring systematic oppression. I think that's crazy.
May I respond to that?
Those children are innocent. They can't defend themselves. Yes, you can respond, but don't tell me they didn't go through Jim Crow, so they should have rose above being conditioned in a white school system. You can't just raise above conditioning.
Somebody need to mute.
Somebody doing
I respect everyone's sentiments on the panel. Make no excuse about that. I understand racism. I understand discrimination. I still say that you need to dismiss those things. There are all kinds of people who are going to discriminate against you. My father taught me that life is not fair. It's not fair, Jen, and you've taught us this on many of your subjects that you present to us. Life is not fair. You should not expect it to be fair. What you should do is be the best that you can be. And I expect that we should be the best that we can be. And as far as, children being discriminated against, of course that's cruel. Of course I agree that shouldn't be done. The children in the park at Disney, that shouldn't be done. Again, but what I didn't get to speak to is that we don't know what was going on before that woman took out her phone and started videotaping. We don't know. We get wrapped up into our feelings, and I'll say that and let other people speak.
I just want to say something.
Go ahead, Haram.
I just want to say something real quick. I understand what your the points that you're trying to make, Joanna. I think we also have to keep in perspective. For example, racism was fueled the destruction of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Black Wall Street, essentially. Racism was behind that. So we have to keep in mind that the remnants of that psychological residue that comes out of that's fear, that there's scarring from that. There's a number of things, and these were black people who were actually about independence, about economic independence, about moving forward, about basically doing many of the things that you are suggesting that we do. And in came a number of jealous non-blacks who made sure that their areas were decimated. Now there were far more areas, more areas than Black Wall Street, that were decimated that we don't really actually talk enough about. But I will also say, in hindsight, I think that integration may not have been a sound decision for our people. And in hindsight,
I
really
agree.
think, I don't think integration. We should have done that. It was a lofty idea at the time, maybe, but just the way things are going, and the manner in which I've seen things, integration has led our people to be very dependent on white people, whether it
I
be
agree.
financially, whether it be or psychologically, because the white gaze is very much important to us. Far more than we
Haran,
give it acknowledgement.
if Black Americans were a country, we'd be the ninth wealthiest country on the planet. Black people are doing very well, but you couldn't tell that by the way people speak about their feelings about how someone's might be speaking with them, their feelings about how someone's not getting hugged, their feelings about how some police officers speak with them, their feelings about disrespect from the so-called white culture. These are about their feelings, and most of it is coming from the feelings of people who feel that they are oppressed. Now that's a
I
different
will.
class of people.
Hold on.
I want to say one thing also. I want to say one thing also, and it might ruffle some feathers. A lot of the psychological conditioning, and the docility that I see in the community, I basically blame the religion. I basically blame, Christianity in the community, because it does
That I
teach us
agree
to be
with.
very docile. The Jews, their religion, it teaches them, self-awareness, independence, and essentially determinism. So if you're going to be very dependent on a religion, and that basically your entire culture is founded on, and it teaches you to be not reliant on yourself, it teaches you to be docile. Well, then the outcome is going to be the outcome.
Yeah,
I agree that we should be self-determinant and self-dependent. We should not be depending on white people so much that we get caught up in our feelings about not getting a job,
all right, hold on.
about not getting.
My
Hey, Jen, I want
experience
to
is
jump
not
in
the
right
typical
here.
experience. Hold on.
Wait, 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 wait. Let me hear
Go
from
ahead.
Been
Damien. Let
waiting
me
to
hear
say
Damien too.
something. Can we
Okay,
just
go
Okay.
pass
ahead.
the mic to Damien, please?
Yeah, it's just like my experience is not the typical experience. Like I said, it could have been. I grew up in a depressed, socioeconomic depressed area, and I went left. I joined the military. I met with people of different cultures. I've exposed myself to different countries, so it expanded my horizons, which led me to a level of success that I get to enjoy today. You know, but don't get me wrong, because my belly is full doesn't mean I don't recognize the hunger of others. I recognize, like, I came from a situation where I was one of the people who got lucky, got out, made some smart decisions, and now I enjoy a level of comfort that people don't. But I still recognize and can see and have empathy, and I want to see everybody succeed, but I want to make sure I don't think everybody should have there should not be equal outcome, just equal opportunity. That's it. The playing field needs to be as even as possible. So if you decide to be a lazy ass and sit on your butt and just milk the system, I got no love for you. But if you are really putting in the effort and really trying to make things happen and the deck is stacked against you, then I got to speak out against that. I'm not saying everybody should sit there and be like, I'm not going to even try because the white man's going to keep me down. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is just like, but we have to recognize when there are those instances of when things are just not the playing field just not being even. And we have to do something about it to even a play. But the civil rights movement in the 60s started it, but that means it didn't end. We have to keep it going. It's not, don't get me wrong. It's a new age. The fight has taken on a different, it's the same battle, just a different battleground. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not, like I said, I do agree with, to a degree, some of the points. Some of the stuff is just out there for me, but the degree as far as like, there is, degeneracy, but there's degeneracy in every culture, like Jen said. I mean, it's just like it's kind of baked into the sauce. It's just the way it is. But it's just one of those things. So is the as long as the playing field itself is fair, your outcome is your outcome, and that's
The playing field will never be fair. You need to accept this.
Joanna, Jen, may I please speak? Because honestly, I've been waiting a minute. And Joanna be the main one talking about people need even time to talk, and it's not being even time given up here.
You got the mic. You got the mic.
Oh my God! Thank you. How y'all doing? Jen, I really want to hear your story because I missed it. I wanted to hear your experience with the school. So I apologize that I did not hear that story, and maybe you'll repeat it again a little bit later. But since I'm on a panel and this is the conversation, it's real funny to me how there is a certain amount of cognitive dissonance when it comes to our own people regarding people's experience of racism, systemic racism, biases, just because it's not their experience. And they want to put the victim Olympics mentality on every conversation we have because we are talking about our experience or the experience of our parents or our grandparents for that matter, and label it as triggering and you're in your feelings and things when everybody gets in their feelings. And that's a real thing, right? Because feelings are emotions and we all have them as human beings. So my great aunt just passed on the 5th, day after my birthday. She was 104 years old. And I went to see her last year in a nursing home, and I love to hear the stories she talks about. So about a lot of our history in our family that I didn't know about. And it's so funny because everybody wants Black people or brown people to forget about their past, their lineage, their history, not talk about it. But every other race got museums, monuments. They teach their children in school not to forget about the Holocaust. They teach their children in schools not to forget about the Japanese concentration camps. They teach their children in school not to forget about what happened to the Native Americans. But we are the only ones that say, stop being a victim. Get up, pull yourself by your bootstraps. Like nobody has not done that. Like Black people are not out here starting businesses, working jobs. So it's the talking points against the experience that people are just talking. This brother up here, my experience, and everybody else's experience that have had a parent or a grandparent that has picked cotton in Mississippi like my parent has. My 104-year-old great aunt that just died just gave us a deed to land that was stolen in Mississippi from her great grandparents who were slaves. And there sits a mini mall on this strip right now. And our family has been in court for years over this. She has kept that deed her whole life. And the strip mall is worth some millions of dollars in Mississippi right now. There's plenty of experiences where, yes, not all Black families were slaves or were poor and all of that, and they own land. Absolutely. Some parts of my family were wealthy and owned land, and some parts of my family were slaves. It's just what it is. But not to dismiss and to take away people's experience of the history of our people, of Black and brown people alike in America, because systemic racism still exists. When a Black doctor just recently walked into a bank and could not get a business loan. When you talk about certain Black people disproportionately in certain areas walking into banks, and credit is good and portfolio is great, and they can't get a mortgage rate right today, but then they go and they send a white friend that uses their name and they get approved for it. So to sit here and act like or say or have the cognitive dissonance of these things not disproportionately happening to Black, brown people in America, and that the school to prison pipeline does not exist for Black and brown people right to this day, where they are transitioning Black and brown boys, setting them up and preparing them at the age of 7 to fall into the school to prison pipeline, setting them up with things like truancy, if they late, uniform violations, if they fight in school and get suspended. All of these things on their record from school can cause them to be sentenced harsher if they get in trouble later in life. So to act like just because it's not your experience, it's not an experience, is totally disingenuous and totally is cognitive dissonance. And that is the problem that some people in these YouTube spaces have when they cry that people that talk about these things are being victims, when they're just literally talking about the experiences. And these are things I fight for all the time for my people. But the pushback always come from my people more than any other people. And that's the sad part, is because we try to use trickery words and say, oh, you're triggered, you're in your feelings. Well, I saw somebody get in their feelings about something on somebody else's panel, and they don't even rock over there no more because they were in their feelings. So let's stop with the disingenuous and with the capping when it comes to that. That part right there is problematic in and of itself. Now I digress.
Woo! Well, damn, we needed you up here, OG Patrice. My goodness. That was beautiful. Thank you. All I'm gonna add is that all of us on this panel are those, pull yourself up by the bootstrap, determinism. We're not twerking. We're taking care of our business. We got our families. We're successful. We're strong. We ain't having it. We ain't letting the white man hold us down. All of us up here. But this is not the world. This is not all our people. There are mentors. There was Farrakhan, whether you like him or not, who rose, millions of Black men who didn't know how to wear a suit, millions of Black women who didn't know how to sew or cook. So we can't just say, well, they don't count because they don't have their own self-determinism, right? So that's why there are mentors and teachers and aunts and uncles, right? Because these people need us, specifically children, because they don't have that determinism. Like Big Truck said, they can't, be talked down to by a white teacher and know how, well, I'm 5 years old, but I'm going to pull myself up by the bootstraps. That still exists. Everything that OG Patrice just said still exists. And I had to learn that myself because I'm a hardcore motherfucker. My father raised me that way. Have self-determinism. Don't take no shit from nobody. Do no harm, but take no shit. If you want money, go get a job. If you get in trouble, you better have an attorney. That's how I was raised. So I grew up rigid. Like, you guys are weak. You guys are this. You guys. And then I went out in the world, right? And I was like, oh, this is happening. And this is why. And the more educated you become, it's not as easy as just having a father like I had. There are millions and millions and millions of us who were conditioned to hate ourselves. It is in the media. It is in the music. We do not control that. And we can't simply say, well, who's listening to it? We don't control it. So you can't blame the addict when there's a dealer on the corner saying, hey, look over here. I can't, I don't see the world like that anymore. I agree with everything OG Patrice said. Thank you for saying things you said, because I'm like, my head is spinning. I'm like, no. I also agree with some of the stuff that Juwana said. But that's not our word. That's not, it's disingenuous. I'll use Juwana's word. It is disingenuous to act like all you have to do is have self-determinism in this country. That's a crock of shit. I'll pass the mic.
Can I go?
That
I'll be serious. I promise. No prayers. All right, look. So
no sex talk either.
Hell no. I'm a mixed guy, right? I have more non-slave blood than I do have slave, right? But you see the way I look, and I walk the earth as a black man, not because I chose to. Doesn't matter what I identify as. The rest of the world sees me, they see that. So any stigma attached to that group is automatically attached to me just because of the way I look. And I lived the culture for the past half a century. So when I come on these panels, I use the word us, right? So in my travels, I take the bus and trains to work, and I watch black people all the time in their interactions. And the men and the women, man, oh, it's bad. It's hard to hold back tears sometimes because you look at the facial features and the body language, you know what I mean? And sometimes you see resentment. Like even a woman would walk by a man, an exchange would happen, and she's out of the picture and the man is still scowling, or vice versa. You know what I mean? And it's a sad thing to see. I'm seeing it more now than I've ever seen it before. Now I want to explain something to y'all. There's something really big going on right now. They just added 3 million people to our population. That's like 2 major cities. All right, I'm not gonna get into social studies and all that and what would happen to a society when you inject that many people in such quickly like that. But remember, we're the minority here. And they sent busloads and busloads of young single women over here. And they made it real careful that everyone knew it because they ran the story on all the local news, national news networks.
Which city is that? Which city?
That's funny as hell.
Where they at though?
Yeah, but it's funny. It's funny that he says that because you see the reaction that it got. So that should be a message to the sisters out here. I think, in my opinion, right now, 2022 is the most critical time in human history for black people ever. Some people agree that we're in the worst shape of our lives, but this is the most critical moment in history where we have to stick together. We've been tested in the past 2 years. They gave us a disease. I don't know if y'all remember, but for the first 30 days of COVID, there were 0 black people on planet Earth with COVID. I know y'all remember that.
What city?
Look, we've been tested. We've broken all the murder records, violence records, divorce records, femicide, and everything else, domestic stuff in every single major city in this nation. It's going to get worse, and pretty soon, if we don't get it together, they are going to do something. I lived through a crime bill. I don't have time to sit here and tell you what that did to us. All right? We got to get it together, man. You know, I leave here with... Go ahead.
What city?
Wait, Big Trouble. I want to address the chat really quickly. Respectfully. Trevor Jackson TV is like, I like you more now, Jen. I don't give a fuck, right?
Oh,
respectfully.
Whoa.
No, because I don't want people to think like this comment here. And I'm saying respectfully, and I mean that.
He gave you an olive branch.
When who was it that said it?
Is that supposed to be me, Tristan?
Okay, this right here. Bobby Blanco TV said, Boricua, you don't agree with her. Stop it. Can I say something?
Oh, man.
This comment here, Boricua, you don't agree with her. Stop it with the laughing emojis. Boricua is another term for Puerto Rican.
Right.
I do not say I agree with someone if I don't. Ever. If I disagree with someone, I disagree with them, and that is what I will say. I don't pander to a motherfucker here. So that's why I say respectfully to Trevor Jackson, I'm not just saying shit so people can like me, because you know I've addressed the people that don't like me every other day, and I tell them to go fuck themselves. Don't you hear me say that? I say that all the time on this channel. If you don't like me or my point of view, do not come here. Go fuck yourself. And I say it with a hard F, right? So respectfully, I appreciate that you like me more now, Trevor Jackson TV. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you in the chat. And Papi Blanco, yes, I do agree with her. If I said I agree with her, then I agree with her. I don't pander here. This is not the channel. Okay? I wholeheartedly agreed with every point that she made. Almost fucking brought me to tears because I've experienced it and I know what it is in my own family, despite people thinking my family's not Black and Latin. I've experienced it first fucking hand. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't say I agree with people if I don't agree with people. As a matter of fact, I like disagreeing with people. It's my thing. It's the brand. I just wanted to put that out there. Stop, Tristan.
All right, let me finish, man. I try to split.
I'm passionate about this shit. And I gotta agree, there was a great comment here that said, according to Joanna, that doctor would be participating in the Victim Olympics activities and he should just go to another bank for the loan. The fact that that man has to go to another bank for a loan is the problem. Also in medicine, why are Black and brown women dying at a disproportionate rate during childbirth in comparison to white women? What are Black
3 times more.
Age and obesity. It's called geriatric pregnancy.
No,
age
3 times more.
Age and obesity.
What doctors are we supposed to go to give
No,
birth?
but here's the problem. No, here's the problem. If you wait till you're older and if you weigh more, you're obese. If you wait till a certain age, the risks of pregnancy go up astronomically. So if these women want to try to wait until they're in their late 30s,
Big Chuck, the documentary I saw, listen, there's a documentary out. I don't know the name right now. Those were regular weight women. I've been about 115, 120 pounds my whole life. I can tell you that I've been to a doctor and they've been dismissive of me because my name is not Britney Spears.
Now, here's the question: when you say dismiss, listen,
about to do that up here. Like,
I'm not. Listen, first of all, while I want you to. Okay, and that's a perfect. Okay, you said they were dismissive. Let me just call your attention just to this recent thing that we had, where we had this fentanyl issue, and we also had this opioid problem. All of those white women who were demanding those drugs, they got them. And guess what? They got strung out on them, right? Now, unfortunately, when it comes to pain, one thing I've noticed is you get some doctors who it's a hustle. They'll give you whatever you want. You get some doctors who say, okay, you know what? I don't want to even give you the chance to get hooked on certain things. And I've had this happen to me. I had white doctors who would have given me anything I wanted. Me personally, I grew up with an anti-drug mentality. I didn't want any of that stuff. Now, here's a question. Considering all of those women, all those white people who are dying left and right of opioid overdoses, most of which were legal prescriptions, knowing what you know, would you still want them to just give in to Black women or Hispanic women when they say, yeah, I've got some pain, I want some morphine, or I've got some pain, I want some opioids? Would you really do that knowing what you know now?
What?
Okay, I'll repeat it now. I'll change the wording. Considering what you know.
This an apples and orange situation?
That's not apples and oranges. It's only apples and oranges if you don't understand what I'm talking about.
I understand.
Considering the number of people who got strung out, with knowing what you know.
What are you talking about?
The people got strung out on opioids. Opioids were killing people faster than COVID.
Strung out on opioids. I'm talking about if you are Black or brown and you are in a hospital, they are dismissive of you because you're not white. Who's talking about fentanyl and opioids?
I'm talking specifically about the drug issue.
I'm talking about specifically health in general. If you walk in there for a cold, they barely ask you questions.
Oh no! Okay, listen. I got you. I agree with that.
Go to a black doctor.
And you can also that comes right back to your argument about the schools and how they dismiss of the children. It also considers that's the same thing as with those puppets being dismissive of those children. I don't say that there's no racism here. I'm just saying that, again, a lot of people don't know the situation and they don't have the full self-determination to do anything about it.
I agree. I'm not saying that there's no racism. I'm saying go to a black doctor. Go to take your kids to a black.
Can find one. If you can find one, go
exactly. Thank you.
You know
Thank
how
you.
rare it is?
And so we should all be trying. And so the culture should be trying to be in the fields that they feel that they're discriminated against. There should be more black bankers, more black educators, more black doctors, more black lawyers. So you don't have to feel that you're being discriminated against.
And
so
you
that
know
you
what?
don't have
Hold
to
on. Let me say, I agree with you on that. I am a black banker.
Fine,
I personally, hold on 1 second. I personally am a black banker and a real estate person.
Unrealistic.
Let me just say something about this whole thing about loans and going to the bank.
What's the white population? I'm just curious.
The white well, first of all, America has 330 million people, and the white population is about 75% of that.
Okay,
so exactly, and blacks are 13.4%. I don't know what the Hispanics are, but blacks are 13% of the population.
The businesses, so the majority of white people are going to be doctors, nurses. They're going to have the businesses. They're going to have the banks. So the majority, I would think, the majority of any demographic in the country, they're going to be the ones, right, predominantly in these hospitals, right, in these banks, right.
Facts, and it's not that easy to just go to another one like that. They make it sound like it's so easy. It's not that easy.
But we have to scour and search the United States of America for the black doctor and the black banker, and we're just not doing, we're just not going into the fields, and it's our fault. That's crazy.
Educate your children, educate your grandchild to go into those fields. Everyone should be, every black child should be going into STEM fields.
Oh, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that.
Or
but
some
guess
form
what?
of
You know
trade.
the problem with STEM? You know the problem with STEM?
Hold on, Big Truck. Let me say this. Hold on, Big Truck. Hold on, Big Truck. Or some kind of trade, electrician, plumbers, housing developers, builders, construction. Everybody doesn't have to go to college. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is we should be not just telling our kids to go to college and get a degree in education and sociology and communication. They should go into STEM, or if they're not college minded, go into entrepreneurship, be an electrician, be a plumber, be a house builder. There's all kinds of things, necessities that pay very well.
And you know the reason why they avoid it? But hold on, you know the reason why they avoid it? Because it's more difficult to get a sociology degree. That's why. Because you actually have to study harder. You actually have to build up those math skills.
And so who's responsible for that? The white man does not choose. The white man does not make us choose what we decide to be in the world.
Exactly. That's true. And I agree with you, Joanna, on that.
So what you're saying is I should not want to be a rapper. I should want to be a doctor or something?
I think that there's a place for everybody, but for black people, we should not aspire to be rappers and ball players and singers.
Oh, because that sounds hard. That sounds like a lot of work.
My niece graduates next week.
It is a lot of work. It takes a lot of work to be a full functioning, independent human being. Not a black person, not a white person. I'm talking about to be a human being. And to Sister OG Patrice, my condolences to your beloved auntie.
I appreciate it.
And I do hear you.
My
do
niece
hear you. My
graduates.
grandmother's told me a lot of sad stories from when she was a young sharecropper. She lived to be 99 years old. So I do hear you. But we should all aspire to be a whole individual, distinct person. Okay, that's my point.
My niece graduates next year. She's a black woman getting ready to. May I speak? My niece graduates next week.
Goodbye, Damien. Lovely speaking with you. Lovely speaking with you, Damien.
You too.
She's going to medical school. She graduates next week.
Wait a minute. I just want to say something before you exit.
No.
I just want to. I just want to say these things because these things are not beyond our reproach, right? I believe in what Joanna said about, yes, encourage our Black and brown children to be these things, but we cannot walk in spaces right now and say that it's that easy to say, oh, well, you treat me this way, let me get a Black doctor, let me get a Black nurse, it's not that easy to say those things. My niece graduates next week, she's going to medical school to be a doctor. I gave her the book called Medical Apartheid, and she's a Black woman. She never knew the suffering that Black women went through, how they were used as guinea pigs for the man that they call the doctor of gynecology, who made all of the gynecological instruments that are used on women now. They think that Black and brown people can stand more pain, so they use us as guinea pigs. When I was pregnant with my son, I had my feet, what do you call it, preeclampsia, sclampia, whatever you call it, where I would swell up, my blood pressure went up. First time in my life. I'm not obese now, and I wasn't obese when I had my son when I was young. And I kept telling them that my head hurt so bad, that worst headache I ever had in my whole life. They ignored me for 2 days. By the time the doctor came around and did the rounds for me and took my blood pressure, he said it was a wonder that I didn't stroke out. It's because they just don't believe us when we say these things. And I was young when I had my son. I was a teen, so I was young. I had my son young as a teen. So I wasn't obese, never had no health problems, still don't have them right today, and I'm not obese right today. So to use the fact that it's because we Black women are big or heavy or overweight, that's not the case when we are losing our lives 3 times more than our white counterparts are. These are just disingenuous conversations we need to stop having to paint a picture and a narrative that is just not true for Black and brown women. This is our reality. And I digress.
OG, just go find a Black doctor.
And a Black lawyer, and a Black accountant, and I gotta find a Black everybody.
Get up off your ass, get out that hospital bed, go find a Black doctor, okay, and a Black pharmacy, and a Black bank, okay, and a Black gym, and a Black, it's like, I agree. I agree with everybody, and I disagree with everybody, and that's cool. We're not supposed to agree all the fucking time. I'm just like, this conversation was like, wow.
Jen, can you tell your story real quick, kind of short, make it short, sweet, because I missed it.
It was just basically my grandson was in school, and he had a little incident in school, and how the white teachers or principal or monitors were talking about they were going to write him up because he didn't comply. And I checked them on the language, or like when they describe him as being aggressive or things like that. And I was telling people to check that language when they talk about, your little Black boy, your little brown boy that way, because in my opinion, it's like you're already setting them up for that pipeline, right? Like you didn't comply. I'm putting this on your record. It's an incident report. So I was telling people to make sure that they're very present in their child's school, meet the teachers, meet the principal, set up meetings, to be very, very present. But Joanna very graciously let me know he shouldn't be in public school. He should be in private school and stop letting these white people teach your children, which I do agree with. But he is my grandson, not my son. And I have to let my daughter do what she wants to do. Right. I can only be the grandmother that shows up and, to the meetings and makes the phone calls. But she's doing what she has to do. But I do agree. Like we should be homeschooling our children. But there are millions of people that cannot homeschool because they're working, or they can't go put their kids in private school because they can't afford it. Right. So we can't just turn our backs and be like, oh, well, these brown and Black kids are getting talked to however and being written up, and oh, well, sucks for them because they can't afford, private school. Like, I just don't have that attitude. I wish it was that easy. I wish all the little Black and brown kids in the United States of America could all afford private school or to be homeschooled, but that's not the reality. So we have to deal with the reality. What do we have before us? So that's the short version of my story. I just got into more detail if you rewind.
Okay, thank you, Jan, for sharing that. I appreciate it.
No, that I love that picture, Tristan. I love you guys so much, but it has been 4 hours. I didn't expect it to go this way. I'm mad that Damien left because I wanted to ask him, one, is his wife black? And then I was going to ask him his height and his weight. And I was going to bring up his looks because I wanted to
Exactly. Exactly.
Jen, be careful. Be careful.
Why didn't he have to leave the country to find a poor Latina and give her $40? Right? Like I said, there are black men who are here and are successful and married to black women who don't have to leave to find a Latina that's docile and respectful and is sobbing his knob 3 times a day. Big truck. But Damien's not here, so I can't. Damien's not here, so I can't end it with that. I was trying to start trouble with him, but
we're not looking for that much of a challenge, okay?
What? Maybe his wife wasn't. Maybe his wife.
I'll say this based on what I know of even my Dominican aunt who had those 3 babies with my uncle. If I were to get a Latina, especially if she was if it was a poor country or whatever, all she really has to do is know how to make pernil and fucking empanadas, and that's it. And I'm not looking. Listen, I don't need an equal. I make $200,000 a year. I'm not looking for no equal. I just want empanadas, and I want fucking pernil, and I want those red beans.
Oh my God!
And she needs to know how to make mora and mango, and that's it. Men aren't that complicated.
Hey Jen, can I get 10 seconds before you leave?
Yes, please go, Joanna, please.
I just want to say I love everybody on the panel. I respect all of your perspectives. I just want to end with that. Yes, racism exists, unfairness exists, discrimination exists, but in this world, you must decide if you're going to be a victim or victorious, and only you can make that happen. Good night.
Thank you so much.
Good night, Joanna.
Contributions. I agree with you 100%, but children cannot do that. So we got to look out for the babies.
Amen to that.
I do agree with everything you said, but we got to look out for the babies being talked to sideways. Thank you so much, Joanna. Tristan, do you have anything to say? There's a banana up there. What is Reese doing? Tristan,
I love that picture.
Let's go home. End the damn. Press the button. Press the button. I'm tired.
Thank you so much for sharing your experiences, everybody. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. This is a conversation that needs to be had, like Joanna said. I think we all had some great points. You know what I mean? It's okay that we get emotional. We're sensitive about our shit. We've all experienced things. So when we're having these conversations, we're thinking about that time that, such and such did this or did that, our experiences through school and work and things like that. Shit happens. You know me, I don't care about the passion and the yelling up here. It's all good. We don't always agree because we're not supposed to. We're not supposed to agree all the time. Thank you, OG Patrice, Haran for sticking in there. I know Haran's probably asleep. Reese, love your big truck. Please come back. You almost got cut tonight, but you survived.
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. Salute to you, the panel, and your chat.
All right. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Peace. Good night.
Woo! This was a serious one, Lord. And that, you know why Tristan does this to me? Because that was one of my first crushes, okay? His name is Darkness. He's from the movie Legend starring Tom Cruise. I was a little old teenage girl, and I ended up having the biggest crush on this guy right here. Most of my friends and my relatives were all about Tom Cruise. I wanted that guy, okay? That's the truth. That's why Tristan does this to me. And on that note,
and she refuses to be a nerd and all this other nonsense.
I think I'm a little down low nerd, I think, in a way. I'm goofy, right? I can be goofy. Woo! Tristan, how are we gonna cut up this stream? 4 fucking hours. All good.
Man,
all good. It was good to let this out every now and then.
This was probably one of your most constructive ones because it brought out a lot, and you're not getting that on many panels because everybody attacks each other.
Yeah. And again, I don't mind the yelling, the passion, people getting triggered. we all respect each other. That's what I love about this channel. Even in the chat, you know, I say shit with love. If you guys know, if I don't like you, you'd be the first to know. We can disagree. We're not supposed to agree all the time. I loved it.
I'm mad. I was just upset that I was late because I had the perfect meme when you was talking about the Latinas.
I heard you love Latinas. Is that true?
I do.
I had the perfect meme and I missed it. I'm so upset. That's the only thing about the night. That would have been hilarious.
I am
But
gonna try to dice this up a little bit, because there was such great points, and I love Juwan. I was tunnel vision just like that. Get up from your ass, don't fucking. I don't care. Ain't nobody after you. Ain't nothing in the way. I was just like that. But then it's like, you know, I've had experiences where people just need help. People need help every now and then. Now I'm also with Haran. Some people need to die on the vine. Some people cannot be helped. Some people need to be chucked over the cliff in the movie 300. But, you know, there are people that you could change their life being a mentor. You know what I mean?
well,
Being
I
a teacher, being.
well, I told you and I mean it. Let me know what y'all doing and then I'll join the fight. After don't bother me about none of this nonsense until y'all let me know what y'all are doing. Cause I'm not wasting my time.
Right.
So
Okay. Well, no, ain't no God for me, Code Red. Sorry. No. Thank
go
you for
ready.
Trevor
You can't
Jackson.
keep us up. We gotta go. I'm tired.
Dismiss the class, Tristan. Shit.
Oh, I have to do it.
Yes.
Yeah, class dismissed. You're all getting Fs today. Okay, everybody gets an F, except for Jim because she kicks my ass. But that's it.
Good night, guys. Hit that like and subscribe on your way out. Your girl is logging off. Thank you so much for joining me. And everybody in the chat, thank you for rocking them damn wrenches and keeping people in check. You ain't got to do that, and you do. Thank you for rocking the wrenches for me. And thank you for hanging. You guys hanged all fucking night. Enjoy your weekend. I will see you tomorrow, maybe. Let's see what dirt I could kick around for y'all, okay? Any ideas? On the Block with Jen at Gmail and On the Block with Jen on all social media platforms. If you were here for the first time, I hope you enjoyed. It's lighter on other nights, but we needed this night, okay? Good night, Don LeBon. Bye, Veganista. Good night, everybody. I'm out. Thank you for the last super chat, Code Red. I appreciate you. He said, let me put a smile on her face real quick. All right, guys. Good night.